Okay, go ahead and find your seats while we get the YouTube going. Okay, welcome everybody to the second day of Joint Transportation, Highways and Military Affairs. Let's go ahead and do a quick roll call.
Senator Brennan. Senator Furphy.
Oh, yeah.
Senator Kolb.
Present.
Senator Pappas.
Here.
Representative Berger.
Here. Here.
Representative Nemec.
Here.
Representative O'Hearn.
Here.
Representative Obermueller.
Here.
Representative Pendergraft.
Here.
Representative Smith.
Here.
Representative Stibar.
Present.
Representative Wiley.
Here.
Co-Chairman Brown.
Here.
Chairman Boner.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and get started here. We do have a jam-packed day here today. The intent is to work through lunch. We'll see if that changes, but we'll have a final decision on that by mid-morning. Otherwise, I imagine we'll just bring some sandwiches up for the committee and staff. So if that's okay with everybody. Unless you have a different request for lunch, let me know in the next hour or two, but we'll get that taken care of. So we did get a start yesterday on the funding topic for YDOT, obviously a perennial topic of discussion, but we had some good history and I think some different possibilities that we kind of scratched the surface on in terms of revenue. And so Director Westby, feel free to come back up. I know you had extensive testimony yesterday afternoon, but you know, we might have some new folks here who are following the agenda and ready to hear about YDOT funding. Anything else you like to add? Recognizing that, you know, we don't want to repeat what you said yesterday necessarily, but anything else you'd like to add to sort of kick us off here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee. Again, Darren Westby, Director of Wyoming Department of Transportation. Appreciate the time and the discussion yesterday. I thought it was very positive, and I think we would just stand just in the effort of time, just stand for any questions that may have come up last night or over last night and any clarifications that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Director. Any questions, committee? For the director for YDOT.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that you and I had discussed, and we have broached the subject, we actually had a bill and a budget amendment, was an efficiency study. And I'm just kind of curious, Director, if maybe you can briefly touch base on some of the efficiencies that you guys have looked at internally, just so the committee has a little bit better understanding. As we were leaving yesterday, there was some, sidebar conversation of, appreciate hearing the need for the money. I think a lot of people have taken to heart what I had to say yesterday about this being 8 years running that we just continuously have this issue. But then there was also the discussion of, I want to make sure that the money that we're giving them is going to the proper channels. We are doing what we say we can do. And I think the conversation yesterday that you said, every time you leave a meeting with chief engineer that, he says, well, there goes another project. So what steps have you guys taken internally to look at efficiency within the department to make the committee feel a little bit more comfortable with the understanding that this is not just, we're not just handing you guys money just because you guys want it, right?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman. Appreciate the conversation. And there has been a lot of conversation about efficiencies. And I know in a lot of our conversations, we've talked a lot about trying to redirect some of the conversation about efficiency and try to figure out a way to justify and show our effectiveness and impact as well. We never would shy away from any audit, never would shy away from any opportunity for an outsider to come in and help us be more effective or more impactful. And I think that's the use of the funds, is to be effective and impactful. Efficiency, looking at it from the perspective of being having a delta of almost $500 million per year shows that we have been efficient with our existing funds and had the opportunity to spread some of, not spread, but stretch those dollars that we got to ensure that our mission is as successful as it can be by providing a safe and effective transportation system. Specifics, all of our dollars that go out on the roads and into the airports are done based off of need, priority. You look at the quality of the surfacing, you look at the quality of the traveling public to ensure that we're putting the dollars where they need to go. And so from that perspective, efficiency wise, can we do better with the appropriate funds? Yes, we could. We talked a little bit about, life cycle cost estimating. Well, 10, 15 years ago, when they decided to go into preservation only mode, when you don't have the funds, doing a life cycle cost analysis may or may not be the best use of time. But looking forward and looking into helping us make better decisions, well, absolutely, we do life cycle cost analysis if we had the funds. Just an efficiency as alone, spending the time doing a life cycle cost analysis when you know you don't have the funds to do what the result comes out is an efficiency in and of itself. So hopefully by moving things forward, we would be able to better utilize our talents to make those calls. And I would probably lean towards Dennis to help with some history of what they've done over the course of time to ensure the efficiency in stretching those dollars. Sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Dennis Byrne, CFO with WYDOT. Kind of to the director's point, just a couple of things. I think we've provided some information to this committee in the past where we've provided several pages of specific efficiencies that we've accomplished and continue to accomplish. I think we can forward that information back to you for those who may not have received it. But a couple of things I do want to talk about. One, we do receive on the financial side an annual audit, a single audit. It's the same audit that the state receives. And so basically what that audit does is look at our financial health. It looks at federal requirements. It looks at state statute and make sure that we are following those state statutes and federal requirements. So we have had an unqualified opinion. And for those of you folks who don't know what that means, it's basically a clean opinion for as far back as I can remember. As a matter of fact, we've only had 2 audit findings in the last 3 years. So that's one little piece of some of how efficient the operation really runs. We do a very good job at making sure we're spending the money where the money should be spent, at least from a federal standpoint and a statutory standpoint. Now, of course, there's more to it than that, of course, but one of the things that I think that we often don't talk enough about is the Transportation Commission and really their role in overseeing our budgets and where those dollars go. And those are a group of people appointed by the governor, approved by the Senate, that, they're businessmen and women. They're people that are out in the communities representing and hearing the same things that you folks are hearing with regard to WYDOT operations. And those folks spend an awful lot of time and energy in really looking and evaluating what we do as an organization and where we're spending our time and where we're spending our effort. So not every state agency has that. And I think it's important that we talk about that and remind ourselves that commission exists, and it exists for a very specific reason. So we can give you pages and pages of specific efficiencies that we've accomplished. But I think I just kind of wanted to set the tone a little bit in terms of we get audited every year from a financial standpoint, and we do have this very important commission that really is responsible for where we spend money and prioritizing how we spend money. And these are folks that, that are out in the communities and hearing what the people need and hearing what the people want. So, Mr. Chairman, that's what I would add.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe the last time outside, you had an outside audit or efficiency study was around 2013, if I'm not mistaken. And there were some changes that came of that. As any of you want to fill in the committee of, what happened the last time you had an outside efficiency study?
Mr. Chairman, that was more than 2 days ago, so I'm not sure that I remember at this point a lot of the details, but I can tell you some of the efforts that we went through. We have certainly gone through looking at our overall organizational structure as far as the number of supervisors versus the number of employees that we have in our organization. So we're lean in terms of leadership versus operations, boots on the ground. That's certainly one of the efforts that we've gone through. And if you want more specifics on that, I think Mr. Taylor could provide more details there. We've looked at different methodologies for construction, reusing different or existing materials. When we mill, do an overlay, some of that, we get to use some of that material from the previous milling on existing construction. So we've looked at a number of different things. And as far as that study goes, I think what we should do is probably send that back out to you folks, because right now I'm just remembering those couple of things. I didn't really peruse that before this meeting, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that'd be helpful because it will be part of the discussion, I think, moving forward. And that's just, if nothing else, we have to represent our constituents, that we tried everything. We looked under every rock, and this is one of those rocks. And I think and I could stand corrected, but one of the results of that study years ago now was that you contracted out more engineering and had less in-house, things like that, maybe most agencies wouldn't necessarily think of on their own. And so I think more information on that would be helpful. Now would certainly help us as we move forward. So,
Mr. Chairman, and we've had this conversation internally and externally. If we're going to go down this path, I want to make sure that we craft the proposal to ensure that we're getting what we need on the back end. That's critical on that, because I want to make sure that what we ask a consultant to do, at the end of the day, we get a good result that we can actually all stand behind and go forward with.
absolutely. And we'll continue to work with you to make sure we get that right, Director. Any further questions, Senator Kolb?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think we broached the subject of audits, and I'd like to get a clarification for the public, because if I was listening to this, it would sound like an audit, a financial audit, would have something to do with an efficiency study. And from my understanding of this, being involved with audits for a lot of years, there's absolutely nothing to do with that. Now, would you agree that a financial audit, and an efficiency study, if one is clean, which I'm glad yours is clean. I never thought it wouldn't be clean from a fiscal point of view. But the audit that I was referring to, or the efficiency study I was referring to, just had to do with that efficiency. I by no means ever thought something was going awry with the fiscal side of things. But the people that audit you, would you agree? Does that have any connection to efficiency when it comes to a financial audit? I mean, that's really the question. I think if I was listening, I'd be confused right now, because it sounds like being your fiscal audit was good. That means your efficiency is good. And I just want to make that clear. I don't see the connection, but maybe if there is one, maybe you could help me understand it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, of course, good question, Senator. There certainly is a look from the audit perspective on efficacy in terms of, are we spending our monies where it should be spent as required by statute or by federal requirement? Efficacy is important. Do they come in and do an efficiency study like you're suggesting? No. But again, they certainly are looking at how dollars are being spent, and if those dollars are being spent effective based on the requirements, either from the federal requirements or state requirements. And so that is certainly an important component to any organization. If there is additional efficiencies that you folks want to look into, we just need to know what those things are, of course. And I think that we constantly look at efficiencies. I think what we need is some guidance on exactly what an efficiency study would look like. What is it that you folks are questioning so that we can go back and do research to determine, are we doing that effectively and efficiently? But so is it a complete efficiency study that you're suggesting? No. Does it certainly talk about efficacy and certainly efficient financial processes? Absolutely.
Any further questions, committee? Okay, appreciate it, Director. I think that, we're going to have a robust conversation here this morning, and we'll see what we can do. But there's lots of possibilities that I think that weren't always available to us. And so we'll see what we can do to support your work as you perform a fundamental and very important function of government. So, okay, any public comment on this issue? Come on down.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Kelly Little. I'm here representing the Associated General Contractors of Wyoming. AGC of Wyoming is widely regarded as the most respected construction trade association in the state. We provide benefits and services to our members through political advocacy, training, safety programs, networking, and career opportunities. AGC of Wyoming stands ready and willing to assist the legislature, WYDOT, and other stakeholders in finding solutions to improve and adequately fund Wyoming's transportation system. Of utmost importance to our industry are safe roads for citizens and businesses, a quality product provided by our industry, and our ability to seamlessly partner with our colleagues at WYDOT to improve efficiency and cost savings. I did want to address some of the information discussed yesterday, and I apologize for not being here. Specifically related to construction inflation. I know that was a question that came up. Construction cost inflation, the erosion of motor fuel taxes due to inflation, improved fuel efficiency, and the adoption of hybrid and electric vehicles threatens Wyoming's ability to keep pace with growing transportation needs. The Federal Highway Administration's National Highway Construction Cost Index, which measures the rate of inflation in labor and material costs, increased 36% between 2022 and 2023, and has increased 59% since 2021. Causes of this increased construction costs include a 594% increase in the price of crude oil, which is used to make asphalt between April of 2020 and June of 2022. The supply chain disruptions caused by the pandemic also contributed by reducing the availability of highway construction materials. The Bureau of Transportation Statistics estimates the U.S. will need to spend $7.4 trillion between 2023 and 2033, so in that 10-year time, to meet the needs of the country's highways, bridges, rail, transit, drinking water, stormwater, wastewater, electricity, airports, seaports, and inland waterways. That's on a national scale, $7.4 trillion in 10 years. Roads and highways are the backbone of our economy, allowing Wyoming motorists to travel 10.6 billion miles annually and moving a significant portion of the 62 billion worth of commodities shipped to and from the state every year. Conditions on the system are deteriorating, as you know, and the need for transportation improvements far outpaces the amount of state and federal funding available. The design, construction, and maintenance of transportation infrastructure in Wyoming supports approximately 13,000 full-time jobs across all sectors of the state's economy. Approximately 148,000 full-time jobs in Wyoming in key industries like tourism, retail sales, agriculture, and manufacturing are completely dependent on the state's transportation network. Wyoming's unemployment rate is currently at historically low levels. While this is great news for the economy, it creates a situation in seasonal work like construction that when businesses have to lay off employees during the off season, they have no ability to get them back when they need them the next year. Those employees are gone. They've either moved on to other jobs or they've moved out of state. With the ability to plan for the future, our companies, as Director Westby said, our companies would be able to bolster their workforce, make sure they have adequate staffing, adequate equipment, and the necessary means to complete the work successfully that's needed on our road system. I hope that's cleared up a few questions you guys had yesterday, specifically related to inflation. And I will stand for any questions.
Any questions, committee, for the associated contractors? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Any further public comment on YDOT funding? Anybody online?
Yes, we have one person online, Mr. Chairman. His name is Michael Kuzic.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get to him. In the meantime, if you have anybody in person, feel free to come on up and get ready. Welcome, sir. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman and Committee. My name is Michael Kuzic. I'm the Executive Director of Wyoming Pathways. I live in Lander, Wyoming. We work across the state for the last 12 years, making communities safer for pedestrians. We recognize that everybody in Wyoming is at one point throughout their day a pedestrian, so that includes all of us. I want to thank the committee for addressing this issue, and also thank Director Westby and his team for continuing to make our roadways safer. We've seen a lot of significant improvements since Director Westby has taken over. One of the things I can point to is a pedestrian activated crosswalk in Cody. We have similar crosswalks where you are in Laramie, and you know when you drive by the campus, those students can push a button and access that crosswalk safely. Those are the measures that we work on to help communities that want them. We've had a survey on our website since 2019. And since then, 40 municipalities across Wyoming have requested some form of what we call active transportation amenities, things that keep children and people of all ages safer as they bicycle or walk to where they're going. In 2019 dollars, those requests total over $100 million. Those are dollars that aren't currently, as far as I know, in Director Westby's budget or plans. They are projects that folks have asked for through our website. Those include something like a off the highway pathway from downtown Saratoga to the grocery store, to safe routes to schools, to blinkered crosswalks so folks have a sense of safety. And the data that we rely on most is that reporting from citizens and municipal leaders and county leaders that there is a sense of a lack of safety. In my own community of Lander, we have many blocks that have incomplete sidewalks. We have, of course, parking on streets throughout the community, and we have very few painted crosswalks and even fewer blinkered crosswalks. We have children going to school year round on bikes that are made for snow, on regular bicycles and walking all throughout our community. What we do with these projects is we help make communities safer. They become more economically robust too. There's lots of research and data that I'd be happy to share with you that communities that have active transportation amenities are stronger and more vibrant communities. They're one of the top reasons a family will move to a new community. Is it safe to go out and walk and ride your bike, push a stroller, get to the grocery store as a pedestrian if a person chooses to? Mental and physical well-being or other benefits. I was a city council member in Lander. My liaisonship to the senior center produced requests over and over again that folks at the senior center wanted to walk to the activities they needed to take part in the community whenever they could, but that usually meant walking on a busy street. So those are the kinds of requests we're making of this committee to consider. We stand for, active transportation safety for all. We work hard to do that. We'll continue to do that. But again, in 2019 dollars, we had $100 million in requests for amenities like that. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to sit for those.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions, committee? Okay, well, I do appreciate it. I think we're certainly having discussions around safety in a wide, amount of areas, including, highway design, but I appreciate you bringing up the pedestrian concerns as well. That's something that the committee does need to take into account as we talk about why not being in preservation mode. That means that there's less money, obviously, to practically enhance our safety at multiple levels. So thank you, sir, for providing that perspective.
My pleasure, and thank you for your time.
Okay, we'll go back to in-person testimony. Welcome, sir. Please introduce yourself for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Hawley,
Wyoming Trucking Association. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. As many have joked or noted, I am the new Sheila. Little nervous. I actually don't usually get nervous, but this is the first time ever testifying before. I heard director yesterday say he's still pretty new to his job at a year and a half. And I'm thinking, I'm 2 months in, I still don't even know the acronyms. So I was really hoping to hide in the back and just listen, learn more about the process and see how I could contribute. Again, joking that it's better to keep your mouth shut and be thought a fool than come up here and be proven true. Being that I'm the new Sheila, I think it would be appropriate just to recognize all that Sheila Furch did. 48 years of dedicated service to the industry, 30 years running the Wyoming Trucking Association. A lot of times in the state, we talk about riding for the brand. And I think Sheila undoubtedly is an example of that, not only for the Trucking Association, but for the state of Wyoming. So the question was asked yesterday if added fees will detract businesses from passing through Wyoming, particularly trucks going down I-80. And I think that's a great question because it recognizes that the private sector, the free market, is going to free market. While our fuel tax was pointed out yesterday might be a little bit lower than some of our neighboring states, I would like to point out that according to the American Trucking Research Institute, when added in all of our taxes and fees, we're actually in the top 5 of the nation in fees and permits. So I ask you to take that into consideration when we talk about the cumulative load of all of the add-on. So we might be less in one, but we're more in the other. So are we kind of tracking in the average? Again, going back to that main question of are they avoiding Wyoming because of increased fees? I would say possibly yes, if things get out of hand. However, today I would say any avoidance is probably more due to a strategic decision because of conditions, predominantly winter conditions. Again, being new, I'm going out and learning as much as I can. I was down in Cheyenne and I took the opportunity to go to the Love's Truck Stop and just talk to some of the guys in the trenches and learn from them. And what I learned is one carrier, they only run Wyoming 6 months out of the year. Even if it's nice in those inclement weather months, it is a strategic decision that it is more economically feasible for their company to go 4 hours around Wyoming than to chance getting stuck on I-80. So I share that not as doom and gloom, of just the reality is when we talk about these things and the impact on private businesses. Next week is National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. So I plan, just like the other day, I was out talking to some of them. I plan to be out at the ports, out at the truck stops talking. And if I find any information that would be useful to this panel, I'd be sure to pass it along. Prior to this role, just a little history on myself. I came from economic development, community development, moving our communities and our state forward. And one thing that really attracted me to this position and this industry is that it touches every aspect of our economy and our daily lives as private citizens and consumers. I, like most, really woke up to this during the COVID years. It really just hit home. We're used to it just being there. And suddenly when there's a disruption, we ask some questions. So again, just to hit home, an investment in roads is an investment in every aspect of our state economy. Furthermore, roads and bridges are critical infrastructure, core functions of government, back to the absolute basics of government that the most stringent of conservatives, I believe, can agree on. I believe this body understands that and understands that WYDOT is doing the best they can with what they have. If this body and the people of Wyoming put a priority on roads as a core function of their government, we need to work with WYDOT to give them the tools they need to be successful and meet those priorities. I think we can agree we want and need better roads, strong and safe bridges, plow drivers keeping our roads open and safe in the winter so life and commerce can commence. I don't think that's the question. The question is, how are we going to find the funding to get there? I don't envy you and the difficult conversations you're going to have and the decisions that are going to be made. But we at the Wyoming Trucking Association,
would like to be at the table and offer how we can work together to move our economy and our state forward. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'd stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions for the Truckers Association? Okay, thanks, Kevin. Good job. Knocked it out of the park. So looking forward to working with you. Okay, any further public testimony? Don't be shy. Come on down. In fact, if you're going to testify, you can, don't have to come on at a time. Come on down right now. And we'll get through you nice and quick. Welcome, sir. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Devin Brubaker, Airport Director for the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. Also here representing the Wyoming Airports Coalition. Appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. We as a organization and as an industry support all the above transportation systems. When we look at our airports, when we look at our runways, we look at our taxiways, we look at our terminals, we also look at our roadways. We look at the bridges, the roads, the highways that lead to our airports, the capacity that they provide are absolutely critical. When I can take myself back to college when they're teaching us Airport Management 101, and one of the first things they teach you is about capacity, and it's not just your runways or your taxiways, it's your parking lots, your sidewalks, your roadways, everything that lead to the airport. So when we talk about transportation system, it is absolutely paramount. We look at everything, whether that be the roads, the bridges, the highways, the airports, the runways, taxiways, terminals, you name it. It's absolutely critical. We look at the entire system. We can talk a lot about, I always talk with my staff about, I don't like talking in millions or billions because that doesn't resonate with the general public generally. I like to talk about what it means to go to the grocery store today and buy a loaf of bread or a gallon of milk and what that looked like just 10 years ago compared to today. I open up bids for projects at my airport. We see it happening at airports across the state. And these bids are coming in higher. A critical piece of snow removal equipment for an airport runway used to cost $350,000. That now costs $900,000. And I'm not talking 50 years ago. We're talking just 6-7 years ago. A fire truck, an airport rescue firefighting truck that we are required to have at our commercial service airports. We bought one at our airport in 2016. It was $754,000 fully equipped, all new gear, all new SCBAs. Everything you need to fully stock and staff that fire truck. Today, that apparatus costs $1.2 million. WYDOT obviously can give you data on asphalt, concrete, and a lot of those systems, but I wanted to put it into some perspective. These costs have gone up just like bread, milk, cereal that we see in our personal lives. So, Mr. Chairman, committee members, we support whatever is necessary to support our transportation system, not just our airports, but also our roads and bridges. We have the privilege of working side by side with WYDOT almost daily in our industry. And I can assure you that they are stewards of the dollars that are appropriated to them and that our taxpayers supply to them. It is not easy for me to go get pennies and dollars from WYDOT. We have to work, we have to justify, we have to be able to prove that we need to maintain what we have. We have 50-plus-year-old runways. We have to maintain those, and they're not cheap. When you look at a roadway that might be 6 inches thick, our runways can be as much as 18 to 24 inches thick of pavement, and we have to make sure we take care of that infrastructure. So with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions, but generally we want to be part of the solution and be here to help you help WYDOT.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Brubaker. Any questions for our airports? Well, I have one. Can you just go in a little bit of detail how that funding stream works? I think we're all familiar with the highway fund that maintains our roads. What sort of funding do our Wyoming airports get from WYDOT? What's that relationship look like from a funding perspective?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellent question. So the Wyoming Department of Transportation has their aeronautics division. Administrator Olson is here in the room that runs that division. They have a set amount of appropriations each year that is allocated to aviation infrastructure, the capital improvement plan for airports. I believe it's around $9 million statewide. Brian can clarify that if I'm off by a little bit there. We have 40 public use airports across the state. Each summer, we submit as airports what is known as the WASIP or our CIP, or our 6-year capital plan, very similar to the STIP that you see on the surface side. And then every project that is submitted by airports goes through a priority rating model. And that priority rating model scores projects based on a set criteria that's outlined by the Aeronautics Commission. And that set criteria scores those projects, ranks them, and then the funding is awarded based on how those projects are scored across the state. It's very, very objective, measurable scoring. There's very little subjectivity in how that scoring works, and that's how we can be confident that it's being done in a fair and equitable manner. That funding is then allocated based on certain percentages. Just recently, the Aeronautics Commission decreased the state share on those grants that go out to airports to try to spread the dollars a little bit further. So there's different tiers of matching, and every one of those tiers was dropped by 10% of state funding, and adding 10% onto the local airports and the local governments that support them. Also on the matching dollars for federal grants, the state historically has provided 60% of the local match. That is changing to 50% starting next fiscal year. So the Aeronautics Commission is attempting, and I think successfully so, trying to spread the limited dollars further across the 40 public use airports by requiring local governments to have more skin in the game. We already have tremendous amount of skin in the game in our Wyoming airports to cover our operating expenses, and that skin is growing because of this new need to fund more capital at our airports, since the state cannot participate at the level that they historically have been able to.
Any further questions, committee? Okay, so just so we're clear, that's separate from the highway fund. That's a different pot of money within YDOT.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, excellent point, and I'll be corrected by the YDOT folks behind me, but my understanding is the aeronautics funding is funded through the FMRs. When you have highway fees and other highway costs, fuel tax, vehicle registration, they have to be allocated to surface transportation. So when we look at opportunities for the legislature to ensure proper funding and robust funding for transportation infrastructure, we are obviously biased towards solutions that are flexible, whether that be federal mineral royalties or severance taxes. And I know it's the four-letter word, but general fund allocations, because those have flexibility and they're not tied to how the highway funds have to be used. That allows them to use it at airports as well.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, any further testimony, public testimony? Double checking, anybody online? Okay. Going once, going twice, public comment is closed. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Mr.
Wiley?
Chairman. Yeah, I would like to make a bill draft proposal to divert the sales tax from vehicle sales to funding of YDOT, with the caveat of a one-time appropriation of that for a $250,000 efficiency study, going through an RFP process that would involve both members of this committee and YDOT to make sure that we get the information that we want to out of that study.
Okay, everybody understand the motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Senator Cole. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I will support this, but I think we'll need to probably step away from the idea of having somebody on this. The separation of powers comes into play there. I think once we pass a law and we get it signed into law, it's the administrative function of government to put that into law. So I think what we do is we just need to change the bill draft, be a little bit more expressive in that. And then once we put that into session law and we put that out there, that's what we need to focus on. So I don't disagree with the idea, but the separation of powers bothers me of having us be involved in the administration of government.
And Mr. Carter, you're talking about the efficiency study being set in statute. Is that the concern? Okay, and yeah, we'll
Us being in there.
sure. Yeah, we'll massage that. But I think the concept is pretty clear. So any discussion on that proposal coming in, that was between 60 and $65 million. That's, sales tax that currently goes to the general fund. We'd be diverting that for only vehicle purchases to the YDOT. So any discussion on that bill draft?
Question.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, that motion carries. That's one bill draft we'll have to consider. Any further discussion or motions? Representative Overmiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to propose a bill draft to off of 2022 Senate File 44, which was a bill that would direct the 1% discretionary severance tax to the highway program. In that bill, there was part of that was directed toward community colleges, but I would suggest that we should make 100% of that to the highway program. That extra piece complicated that original bill. So my recommendation is that we have LSO draft a bill off of that original Senate File 44 for our consideration.
Second.
Okay, so moved by Representative Overmiller, seconded by Co-Chairman Brown. So Senate File 44 from 2022, with the exception that it's all to YDOT and not the community colleges. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
That motion carries. Any further discussion? Any further bill drafts that we want to look at? We got one that diverts general funds. We have another that diverts from our savings. Any other options that we want for our upcoming meeting? Okay. Any general discussion? Anything any committee members want to say at this point with IDOT funding? Okay. Thank you, everybody. Looks like we're done with this topic. We'll have two bills to discuss, and certainly probably want to talk to our appropriators about them, see what the impact is, and we'll have an updated revenue forecast in October as well to deal with at our November meeting. So I do appreciate the work the YDOT does. I think that everybody agrees it's a basic function of government that everything we do, our economy, our schools, nothing works without our roads. And so we'll have this important discussion. It's clear to me that we have underfunded YDOT. To what extent, maybe that could be something that we study and provide some third-party verification. But so we have a solid number moving forward. But I'm looking forward to a robust discussion about how much we spend versus how much we save, especially when it comes to investing in basic infrastructure. So thank you, committee, for that. We're on to our 9:45 topic, Title 35 revisions. So just a little bit of background, because I'm not sure if the committee's aware, the chairman made a decision to go with 4 separate bill drafts instead of one overarching YDOT revision bill. The reason being that a few years ago, we had a similar bill die a gruesome death in the Senate because there was concern over it being more than one topic. So we're doing the same thing here. We just have 4 different bill drafts. So we just avoid that question altogether as to where we're violating that constitutional provision that we don't have more than one subject in a bill draft, or in a bill. So that being said, we'll just go one by one. Actually, we'll just take them one by one instead of doing them all at once, and we'll just Talisa will go over what the bill does. We'll have an opportunity for both YDOT and public comment, and we'll take a vote on each one for sponsorship. So committee, as it's been reinforced several times yesterday, we'll only have one day at our next meeting. So I think these bills are in relatively good shape. I'm pretty biased, but I think they're up for and ready for an up or down vote, but we'll see what the committee thinks. And so if we have a chance, let's dispose of these bill drafts one way or the other today. Go ahead, Talisa.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Talisa Hansen, Staff Attorney LSO, presenting Bill Draft 25 LSO 72 version 0.6, Surrender Driver's License Repeal. This bill draft was requested at the committee's June meeting based on YDOT's recommendations. So I'll start by walking through the bill draft. Page 2 through the top of page 4 amends Wyoming Statute 316102F. Subsection F is amended to eliminate the requirement that a peace officer issues a temporary license after a person has been arrested for driving or having control of a vehicle while under the influence. Subsection F is further amended by requiring a peace officer to provide notice to the person rather than having the temporary license contain that notice. Subsection F is further amended by eliminating references to the temporary license and changing the word demand for hearing to request for hearing to conform with other existing statutes regarding hearings. Page 4, lines 5 through 14 amends Wyoming statute 316104B to remove the requirement that all driver's licenses must be surrendered to the department and that the department shall physically retain the license or licenses during the period of suspension. Page 4, lines 16 through 23 amends Wyoming statute 316104F to eliminate the requirement that a peace officer issues a temporary license after a person under the age of 21 has been arrested for driving or having control of a vehicle while under the influence. Subsection F is further amended on page 5 to require the peace officer to provide notice to the person with the same requirements and conforming amendments as I previously discussed on page 3. Subsection F is amended on page 6, lines 6 through 23 to require the peace officer to submit a signed statement. The language provided mirrors the existing language under Wyoming statute 316102E, which requires a submitted signed statement by the peace officer if the test results indicate a person over the age of 21 has an alcohol concentration of 0.08% or more. The only difference is that the language provided here on page 6, lines 22 and 23 has the lower alcohol concentration threshold of 0.02% or more to conform with the driving under the influence statute for someone under the age of 21. The changes on page 7 through 9 are conforming amendments to eliminate references to statutes that are repealed in section 2. Section 2 on page 9, lines 18 and 19 repeals several statutes. The repealed statutes include repealing the definition of surrender, repealing the statute requiring the surrender of possession of a physical driver's license after a person is arrested for driving under the influence, repealing the statute requiring the surrender and return of a license, repealing the statute making it a misdemeanor to fail or refuse to surrender any driver's license, and repealing the statute governing temporary licenses issued after an arrest for driving under the influence. The staff comment on the bottom of page 9 to the top of page 13 contains the language of those repealed statutes. Section 3 on page 13, lines 19 and 20 requires the Department of Transportation to promulgate rules as necessary to implement this act. Section 4 on page 13, lines 24 through 30 provides a split effective date with sections 1 and 2 being effective July 1st, 2025, and sections 3 and 4 being effective immediately. And I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Talise. Any questions on the bill itself? Okay, excellent work. Thank you. Director or whoever from WYDOT wants to come down and explain the purpose behind this bill, that'd be wonderful.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Misty Zimmerman. I'm the program manager for driver services at the Wyoming Department of Transportation. During the June meeting, we brought up several statutes that through our modernization project, we've identified as needing some adjustments, and this is one of them. We work directly with the LSO to work through this temporary or the surrender of the driver's license and the removal of the temporary license requirement by to be issued by law enforcement for certain offenses. As we walked through this initially, we talked about how when these statutes were written, it was very much that piece of plastic in your wallet that determined your ability to drive. As we all know today, the technology is there that we can determine whether or not at any instance in time you are qualified to drive that motor vehicle. So this is a product of that. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions, committee? Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question on page 6, line 11. And just using the question about the wording, actual physical control of a motor vehicle. What is the definition of actual physical control?
Go ahead.
Chairman Boner, Senator Kolb, I believe that's probably defined out in statute in some place, but I would have to go out and look at it. Law enforcement may be able to give you that information directly, but I'll get that back to you with.
All right. Okay. So yeah, that'd be a good follow-up. Maybe it's if they're in their vehicle, but it's not moving, but so my understanding, you can still, that's similar to driving in some circumstances. So, but yeah, it'd be good to get some clarification there. Good question. Any further questions, committee, on this bill draft?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Wiley.
Thanks for coming. Why are we changing the amount of alcohol that you can have on your breath for the different age limits? Why is that necessary to change in this bill draft?
Go ahead.
Chairman Boner, Representative Wiley, we're not changing the requirement of the alcohol concentrate. A youthful offender is considered over the legal limit at 0.02. Anyone over the age of 21 is considered over the legal limit at 0.08. So it doesn't change the legal requirement set out by statute. It simply identifies in the implied consent law. We added the existing language, as Talise mentioned, from 31.6.102 into the youthful offender law because it wasn't there at the time. So we're not adjusting any of the requirements or the limitations.
Thank you.
Any further questions, committee? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And is somebody from Highway Patrol here to answer Senator Culp's question, or do we have any law enforcement representatives? Okay, fair enough. Oh, okay. Do you want to take a stab at that, or?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Alan Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of WASCOP, the Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chiefs of Police. I had some comments for this draft bill, but I'll look at that question about actual physical control. One thing to remember in this draft bill is that on page 6, line I don't know, it was in the middle of the page. This is just cleaning up language that's consistent with the implied consent and suspension that already exists in other statutes for adult DUI. And this is wrapping in the youthful offender DUI that already exists. Both of those laws, as they are written in the enforcement side of it, allow for the arrest or prosecution of people for driving under the influence of alcohol anywhere in the state. But implied consent and driver's license issues apply only when the person is driving on a highway. And so it's the process for suspension and all those other things that come into play when you have implied consent, but that doesn't stop the officer from investigating a DUI anywhere within the state. I tried really quick to look up the definition of actual physical control. I'm not readily finding it. I think it's more likely defined in various case law. But in general practice, an argument could be made that someone passed out at a red light with their foot on the brake, sitting in the driver's seat with the vehicle running in drive, is not driving, but he has actual physical control of a vehicle. So the times where someone has actual physical control of a vehicle, even though the vehicle might not be moving, the DUI statutes can apply, Mr. Chairman.
Is that good? Go ahead.
Just to follow up, my question really revolves around the idea of the situation I've heard of, and I guess I was wanting to know if this was the situation here, by this words that you could be in your vehicle, say you're cold and it's in the winter and your vehicle's idling, you're not driving anywhere, you're sitting in a parking lot, and I guess what I've heard from other constituents is you get a ticket for DUI because the keys were in the vehicle and it's running. And I guess I was wondering if that language was actually pertaining to that situation.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I've heard that story a lot too, but I've never met the person that happened to.
No.
So an argument could be made that someone, I've had examples of where someone, gotten into an accident and eventually pulled over to the side of the road, realized that they were too drunk to drive and stopped, and were sleeping in the backseat of a vehicle with the vehicle off, and were charged with a DUI from an hour earlier down the road. And, the proof was made that they were drunk at the time of the crash down the road. So there's various scenarios that come into it, but as long my 25 years in law enforcement, actual physical control has always been a component of DUI. And this doesn't change that or add to it or to detract from it.
Okay, any further questions for YDOT before we move on to livestock real quick? Okay, please proceed. I guess you're
Yeah.
gonna testify, right? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
I know.
please.
Sorry about that,
Yeah,
Mr.
no
Chairman.
worry. No, thanks for coming down. Yeah.
Thank you. I've had numerous conversations with members of our organization from across the state. And one thing that, as you look through this bill, one thing that might not come to light is that this is an efficiency that will help law enforcement be able to do their job faster and not have to have one more step in the DUI process. Seizing the license, keeping track of it, getting it in an envelope, getting it sent or dropped off, however they do it in the various jurisdictions, dropping it off at the local driver services or dropping it in the mail. And then various things happen during the court process. People will get them back or they get limited driving privileges. And this and the no longer having to issue the temporary driver's license and the procedures that go along with that would be I wouldn't call it an assistance, but just be a benefit to law enforcement in general. So the concept of this, we have no concern with.
Any questions for law enforcement committee? Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, looks like we're moving on to public. Do you have anything else to add, Mr.? Whatever works. It'll be fine either way. So any further comment on this bill draft? Anybody online? Okay, last chance. Anybody in the room? No, okay. Okay, seeing no further public comment, the public comment is closed. Committee, what's your pleasure? Okay, move the bill by Senator Pappas, second by Representative Nemec. Any discussion? Let's go through it. Committee? Any amendments on page 2? 3? 4? 5? 6? 7? 8, 9, all fairly common procedures. And then we have the repealers on in a staff comment on pages 9 through 11 or 13. So any further discussion on this bill, committee? Okay. We'll do a roll call vote for sponsorship.
This is a roll call vote to sponsor 25 LSO 0072 surrender driver's license repeal. Senator Brennan. Aye. Senator Furphy. Senator Kolb.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Berger.
Aye.
Representative Nemec.
Aye.
Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Representative Obermueller.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Smith.
Aye.
Representative Stivar.
Aye.
Representative Wiley.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Brown. Chairman Boner.
Aye.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay, thank you, committee, for that one. Next up, we have 25 LSO 210. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Talise Hanson, Staff Attorney LSO, presenting Bill Draft 25 LSO 210, version 0.2, disabled parking windshield placards revisions. This bill draft was requested at the committee's June meeting based on YDOT's recommendations. So I'll start by walking through the bill draft. Section 1 on page 1, lines 7 and 8 amends Wyoming statute 31-213D4D. Page 2, lines 2 through 10 amends the definition of removable windshield placard to provide that a placard must include an expiration date for a temporary removable placard or the word permanent for a permanent removable placard. Section 2 on page 2, lines 12 and 13 requires the Department of Transportation to promulgate rules as necessary to implement this act. Section 3 on page 2, lines 15 through 23 provide a split effective date, with section 1 being effective July 1st, 2025, and sections 2 and 3 being effective immediately. And I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions on the bill itself? Okay, well, let's get White down here to explain this one, even though it's pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Misty Zimmerman again, YDOT. The bill is pretty straightforward. This is a main part of our modernization project process and some efficiencies that are created with our new solution. Placards will be printed directly at the exam station rather than having to pre-order inventory and things like that. And so we just moved down this road in order to increase those efficiencies, as well as the fact that we are creating efficiency for our citizens so that we're not running into those permanent placards expiring after a certain date. So there's one thing that I would like the committee to consider in this bill is that based on our current project timeline, we are estimated to go live with the system in summer of 2025. And so just something to consider when we look at the effective date of this bill. Our project is anticipated to be live by this point, but there could be instances that we may not meet this date specifically. So I just wanted to bring that up to the committee at this time.
Okay, so would that be a change in the effective date? You want it effective immediately or at a later point? Go ahead.
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think that by the time we work this through session, we may have a better idea of where we're at with our project timeline.
Okay.
And it would be we would be able to address it during that point.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, any questions for the agency committee? Okay, thank you. Any public comment? Anybody online? Okay, anybody in the room? Okay, public comment is closed. Committee, what's your pleasure? Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this one.
This is a roll call vote to sponsor 25 LSO 0210, disabled parking windshield placards revisions. Senator Brennan. Aye. Senator Furphy. Senator Kolb.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Berger.
Aye.
Representative Nemec.
Aye.
Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Representative Obermueller.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Smith.
Aye.
Representative Stivar.
Aye.
Representative Wiley.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Brown. Chairman Boner.
Aye.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay, good work on that one, committee. Next up, we have 25 LSO 211. Go ahead, Talise.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Talise Hanson presenting Bill Draft 25 LSO 211 version 0.2 Commercial Driver's License Revisions. This bill draft was requested at the committee's June meeting based on YDOT's recommendations. Start by walking through the bill draft. Section 1 begins on page 2. Page 2, lines 8 through 23, and page 3, lines 1 through 23 amends the definition of serious traffic violation to conform with the federal regulations governing disqualification of a commercial driver's license or commercial learner's permit for serious traffic violations. Page 2, line 14 adds improper lane changes. Page 2, lines 16 through 23, and page 3, lines 1 through 11 adds commercial learner's permit. Page 3, lines 13 through 17 adds a new subparagraph K to add a violation of state or local law relating to motor vehicle traffic control that prohibits using an electronic wireless communication device to write, send, or read text-based communication while driving a commercial vehicle. So that would be texting. Page 3, lines 19 through 23 adds a new subparagraph M to add a violation of state or local law relating to motor vehicle traffic control that restricts or prohibits using a handheld electronic wireless communication device while driving a commercial motor vehicle. Page 4, lines 2 through 10 amends Wyoming Statute 317114G relating to the examinations for commercial driver's licenses by stating that the department may waive the knowledge test, skills test, or both. Page 4, lines 12 through 23, and page 5, lines 1 through 12, amend Wyoming Statute 317120B regarding the expungement of records by stating that the expunged records relating to the suspension of a driver's license of a minor may be considered for purposes of disqualification from driving a commercial motor vehicle under Wyoming Statute 317305. Page 5, line 14 through 23 through page 7, lines 1 through 7 amends Wyoming Statute 317305 governing disqualification from driving a commercial motor vehicle for a period of not less than 1 year for the listed violations. Page 6, lines 4 through 10 adds a violation for driving or being in actual physical control of a motor vehicle while the alcohol concentration of the person's blood, breath, or other bodily substances to 0.01% or more if the person is under 21 years of age and the person holds a valid commercial driver's license or commercial learner's permit at the time of the offense. Page 7, lines 3 and 4 adds a requirement that if a license holder does not contact the department after the department notifies the person that the license is suspected of obtaining the license in a fraudulent manner, that the person shall be disqualified from driving a commercial motor vehicle for a period of 1 year. This change adds the 1-year disqualification period required by federal regulation before reapplying for a commercial driver's license. Section 2 on page 7, lines 9 and 10 requires the Department of Transportation to promulgate rules as necessary. Page 3, Section 3 on page 7, lines 12 through 20 provide a split effective date, with Section 1 being effective July 1st, 2025, and Sections 2 and 3 being effective immediately. And I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions on the bill draft itself, committee? Okay, thank you, Talise. I'll come back, Ms. Zimmerman.
Members of the committee, again, Misty Zimmerman. This bill was brought forward to you as we worked through sort of our compliance last year with our Federal Motor Carrier Administration audit that we do annually, as well as we've been reviewing statutes through our modernization project. It's very straightforward. On page 2, when we talk about the definitions of a serious traffic violations, all of the additions that you see here are adding what is currently defined as by FMCSA as a serious traffic violation. We are not adding additional statutes or reasons that someone could be cited. These are just defining existing statutes into the serious traffic violation as in accordance with FMCSA. And that goes through page 3 up into page 4. We discussed this briefly in the June meeting. FMCSA has allowed for an even exchange program that will allow us to take a military CDL of certain MOSs and give them the civilian CDL. And that this is allowed by statute with this addition. On page 5, when you look at lines 9 through 12, currently right now, the way the statute reads is that a youthful offense, the information must be removed from an individual's driving record at the time that they turn 21 years old. So the suspension would be removed. Where we run into issues with this is the requirement under the federal regulation to maintain that history for disqualification purposes. So we're only adding this section on lines 9 through 12 in order to meet that federal requirement to disqualify that driver if in fact that should occur again. So it becomes a countable offense. On lines, page 6, lines 4 through 10, what we've done here is the authority for the disqualification that I spoke about earlier for CDL and CLP holders only who are convicted of driving under the influence for a 0.02 or less if they are under the age of 21. It would not affect a normal driver. It does only affect those CDL or CLP holders because we do hold them to that higher standard. The last section is on page 7, lines 3 through 5. We simply set the requirement. We outline the requirement in accordance with FMCSA. Previous language in the statute just said that they must wait and didn't give us any definite time or time frame that before the person could reapply. And so this is just clarifying the verbiage in there. With that, I stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions for Sarah? Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope this is not an unanswerable question, but page 2, line 14, when you added the word improper, what does that mean? I mean, that's the question I have. What qualifies you for an improper lane change? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Boner, Senator Kolb, I believe it's 31.5.229. And I'll get that definition exactly, but I believe that is what defines improper lane change in Wyoming statute. So that's why it was added there in that direction. The federal regulation does also say improper or erratic lane change. If you go back to our statute, I believe it's 229, but I'll get that directly for you. But that is the reason that we've added that there.
Yeah, just follow up. I'm just concerned, does this mean if you don't use a blinker and you're a commercial CDL license holder, you get an improper lane? I mean, that's really was my question, is just how particular is this? I'll just say for the record, I do have a CDL and I drive a pickup truck. And I guess the question is if you don't use a blinker, are you have a serious violation? Now that concerns me for people driving less than a commercial vehicle at the time of, I guess, the lane changer. I don't know what might have happened, but I'm just asking what really that is. I mean, I'm very concerned about these regulations for people in a situation that I just explained would have an issue with their CDL while not driving a commercial vehicle. That's the reason for my question. I'd appreciate, I guess, when you could get an answer. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, committee? Okay, I would benefit from a better understanding of, so you mentioned the federal, what, the FMSA, is that FMCSA? Could you explain what that is, what role they play? If you say can they revoke licenses, commercial licenses for interstate travel? What's the role that they play versus YDOT in regulating these sorts of things?
Chairman Boner, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration regulates all commercial driver license, commercial learner permit license, as well as commercial motor carrier regulations across the state. A state is required to comply with FMCSA regulations in order to issue and maintain the certification to issue a driver's license. So we are required for CDL holders to maintain the federal regulation even within our state statutes. We do have the allowance to be more restrictive, but we have to at least meet that federal standard that is outlined by regulation.
And to be clear, there's nothing in here that's more restrictive than the federal regulation.
Chairman Boner, that's correct.
Okay.
With the definitions, they're straight out of the FMCSA regulation.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, committee? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. We'll see if we can hopefully get that answer there sooner rather than later. Any further public comment? Anybody online? Okay. Last chance, public comment. All right, public comment is closed. Committee, what's your pleasure? Okay, moved by Representative O'Hearn. Have a second. Second by Representative Nemec. Any discussion, committee? Senator Gold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still remain very concerned on these rules apply to a person not driving a commercial vehicle, just driving a pickup truck. And that was really my reason for the question. I will be a no vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call.
This is a roll call vote to sponsor 25 LSO 0211 commercial driver's licenses revisions. Senator Brennan. Aye. Senator Furphy. Senator Kolb.
No.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Berger.
Aye.
Representative Nemec.
Aye.
Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Representative Obermueller.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
No.
Representative Smith.
No.
Representative Stivar.
No.
Representative Wiley.
No.
Co-Chairman Brown. Chairman Boner. Nine aye, 5 no.
Okay, that one will be carried forward to the general session. Next up, we have 25 LSO 212.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Talise Hansen, I'm presenting Bill Draft 25 LSO 212, version 0.2, driver's licenses and ID revisions. This bill draft was requested at the committee's June meeting based on YDOT's recommendations. So I'll start by going through the bill draft. Section 1 begins on page 2. Page 2, lines 5 through 15, amend Wyoming statute 62106D. by adding a requirement that before a person convicted of aggravated homicide can be issued an ignition interlock restricted license, the person must have first completed the period of revocation provided under Wyoming statute 31-7-127B for each conviction. The change on page 3, lines 10 and 11 clarifies the timeline for contested case hearings regarding licenses by stating that the 45 days for the hearing examiner to schedule a hearing begins upon receipt of the certified record from the department. Page 4, lines 11 and 12 adds a fee for replacement licenses. The staff comment on page 4 highlights that the committee will need to determine the replacement license fee amount because it's currently drafted that fee amount is left blank. The change on page 4, line 26, and page 5, line 1 changes the expiration date of licenses issued to persons under 21 years of age to the standard 5-year expiration date instead of having the license expire on the person's 21st birthday. The change also removes the requirement that the department notify the person at least 90 days before the person's 21st birthday of the expiration date of the license, and that a person may apply for a license within 90 days of attaining 21 years of age. This change would mean that licenses issued to persons under 21 years of age would expire in 5 years and they would follow the standard renewal process. Page 5, lines 20 through 23. And page 6, lines 1 through 17 adds new subsections B and C regarding replacement licenses. Subsection B states that the department may issue a replacement license without the examinations required under Wyoming statute 31-7-114, except for a commercial driver's license with a hazardous material endorsement upon request by the licensee, either by mail or in person, if certain conditions are met. These conditions include that the expiration date of the licensee's original license is more than 1 year from the date of the licensee's request for a replacement license. The licensee has not legally changed the licensee's name since issuance of the licensee's original license, and the department has a digitized photograph and signature of the licensee on record. Subsection C provides that a replacement license issued under this section shall expire on the expiration date of the licensee's original license. Page 6, lines 19 through 23, and page 7, lines 2 through 5 amend the contents of identification cards by requiring identification cards to state for identification purposes only. Section 2 on page 7, lines 7 and 8 repeals 2 statutes. One statute that is repealed is for fees for duplicate or renewal licenses of $30. The fee for renewal licenses is not repealed and remains in paragraph 5 under the statute. The renewal fee under that paragraph 5 is $30. The other statute that is repealed is an obsolete provision relating to the renewal of licenses for persons under 21 years of age. Section 3 on page 8, lines 1 and 2 requires the Department of Transportation to promulgate rules as necessary. Section 4 on page 8, lines 4 through 12 provide a split effective date, with sections 1 and 2 being effective July 1st, 2025, and sections 3 and 4 being effective immediately. I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions on the bill draft committee? Okay, thank you. You're back up, Ms. Zimmerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last time on this one, so.
Okay.
Just going through the bill, we talked about this a little bit, again, in the June meeting. On page 2, lines 13 through 15, just a little history for the committee. In 2019, the ignition interlock laws were changed that do not allow a person to sit out a requirement. And what that means basically is that you have to have that ignition interlock installed in your vehicle and on your license in order for you to meet the requirements that are required by the ignition interlock laws. 62106 basically said that a person would never be eligible for that law or for that ignition interlock. And so we basically said they could never hold another driver's license in the state of Wyoming. So we added this language on lines 13 through 15 that said after the revocation period required by the law, they could then apply for the whatever ignition interlock requirement or driver's license was required by the offense and be issued it after that revocation was done. On page 3, lines 10 and 11, this is, like, as Talise mentioned, it's simply clarification of when that 45-day clock starts with OAH. And so that is after the Office of Administrative Hearing receives the record from the department. On page 4, lines 11 through 12, that is the replacement license fee that is not currently set in statute. I did provide the committee with a list of surrounding jurisdictions and what those costs are in those jurisdictions for the committee's consideration. On line 26, page 4, line 26, and page 5, line 1, this is simply removing the requirement that a person who's issued a license under the age of 21 after the graduated license program, which is when you turn 17, that license expire on their 21st birthday. It allows the license to be issued for the full amount of time that would be applicable for any license, which is 5 years to the person's date of birth. Page 5, lines 23 all the way through page 6, lines 1 through 17, talks about the requirements to be issued a duplicate or a replacement license. Some additional things that the committee may want to consider is, as I was doing my research on the fee structure, I did find jurisdictions that limit the number of duplicate license that can be issued to an individual. I know there was some concern brought up earlier about fraudulent activity. Some jurisdictions have gone down the line of additional cost for subsequent replacements, sort of discouraging losing that license, but it is something to consider. And then on page 7, line 5, just basically conforms with the industry standard for the identification card on this. With that, I would stand for any questions.
Any questions? Representative Pendergraph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 4, line 12, we're called to put a license fee amount. And I always wonder when we put a fee amount into statute, what happens when that statute is still around 30 years from now? Is there another way maybe to describe that, say, half of whatever the fee is for issuing an original license or something like that, just so that this never becomes obsolete?
Go ahead.
Chairman Boner, Representative Pendergraph, that's really a decision that the committee needs to make. All of our current license fees are set in statute, so that's really a decision or a policy decision for this body.
All right. Okay. Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm probably going to ask another unanswerable question here. Page 7, line 5 on the identification card question. And I must asking because I don't know. Do we do anything about U.S. citizens, non-U.S. citizens, and any differentiation between an identification card like this? I mean, do we do anything to have that noted? And I say this because of voting, and I realize we're not in that committee, but just asking you because it's an opportunity to ask this question. What do we do, or do we do nothing about identifying people as U.S. citizens or non-U.S. citizens? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Chairman Boner, Senator Kolb, I can answer this question for you. Our current system, as well as our new system, will already identifies both temporary and permanent residents in the system. And then also our credentials themselves, driver's license, you'll see the -NR on the class, and identification cards typically are issued for temporary residents or non-permanent residents with the federal limits apply on them, on the top of the credential.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was following you until you got to the end there. So is it identified differently on this temporary identification cards? That's my question. Would someone be able to tell by this for identification purposes only on that type of card that they're a citizen or non-U.S. citizen? That was my question.
Senator Boner, Senator Kolb, for identification purposes only does not indicate that a person is not a U.S. citizen or here legally. That is not what that indicator is. That indicator is something else that is both contained in our system and on the card itself. But this is not this is not intended to do what you're asking it to do. This is simply to show that it is not a driver privilege card or a driving privilege card.
All right, to be clear, what the bill draft does is it replaces the verbiage on the card. That's what we're considering here today. I think the line of questioning is a little bit off topic here. Not to say it's not important, but it's pretty far removed from what we're considering, which is just updating the language on the card, right? And so if we want to entertain a different bill draft request, once we're done with this one, we could do that for sure. But what we're considering here is just updating the words on the card, identification card, regardless of what you think about identification cards, right?
No, that's correct. It's
Okay.
just updating the verbiage that's on the card.
Okay. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Ms. Zimmerman, going back to page 2, paragraph D, from when you talked about it just a little bit ago. So if we include that language from line 13 to 15, does that mean that we're allowing these folks a chance at a driver's license again, to where now as standing, once you've committed aggravated homicide by vehicle, you can't?
Chairman Boner, Representative Wiley, that's correct. Currently, as the statute stands today, that individual would never be eligible for another driver's license anywhere. This statute allows for a driver's license to be issued with any ignition interlock requirement after the period of revocation that's currently required by the law.
Thank you.
Also, a little bit more than a housekeeping bill, then it'd be a more substantive policy discussion. And so could you go over what that period of revocation is in Title 31? Can you just a little bit more information about what's all entitled, or what happens with that?
Chairman Boner, in 317127B, it states the period of revocation for a violation in subsection A, which is what we talked about, is 1 year, except for the period of revocation under A2, which is the statute that we're discussing today, is 3 years.
Okay, so after 3 years, if you're convicted of homicide by vehicle, aggravated homicide by vehicle, you could get your license back after 3 years. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. It's 31, it's under A, so it is not, the 2 is the DUI statute. So
Okay.
it is 1 year, and then the DUI, and then the ignition interlock license would be available.
Okay. Okay. Any further questions? Okay, any questions all committee? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any public comment on this bill draft? Okay, seeing none, anybody online? Okay, public comment is closed. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Well,
Okay, moved by Representative Hurd, seconded by Senator Pappas. Any discussion, committee?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to delete lines 13 through 15 on page 2 of the bill.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Representative Wiley, second by Senator Kolb. Any discussion on that one? Okay. Senator Brennan, did you raise your hand?
Sorry, formulating thoughts over here. I think putting this in is important because I think it allows for somebody who's made a mistake to go through their period that we've said, look, you can't have this for so long, but reinstate the license. So I'm gonna disagree, and I will definitely be a no vote on this.
Representative Pendergrass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just questioning, are we kind of broaching 2 different types of bills and trying to meld them into one? You've got one that does some cleanup statutorily and another that substantially changes policy.
Any further discussion on the amendment, Representative Wiley?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I would just like to add that I think we're hitting a good point there. If we're going to change statute and something this drastically, I think it would bear fruit to have a standalone bill to where we can have a good discussion and debate. So moving forward, I think we should delete this.
Okay. Any further discussion, Senator Kolb?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm an aye vote for this amendment, and the reason is because of the way, the choice here. I don't disagree that people do make mistakes and they should be given a second chance in a lot of cases, but it's the time period that you get. That's the part that I disagree with this change that's being talked about, being removed as an amendment. I just think that the time period's too short. You kill somebody, yeah, you made a mistake. I don't doubt that, but there's a consequence for everything we do in life, and I think the way this is laid out, it's too short of a period of time for me. So I'll be an aye vote on the amendment. Or, yeah.
Any further discussion, committee? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
That motion carries. So that provision has been deleted. Any further discussion or amendments? Can I draw your attention to page 4, line 12? We would have to probably put what the fee is. Any suggestions along those lines? Or any amendments along those lines, I should say. Oh, Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I had seen $50 for a reinstatement. Is that correct for a fee? Would that be a proper fee? I mean, I would propose $50 to fill in the XX.
Okay, and maybe if anybody from Wyoming wants to come down and give us an idea what the current fees are. It looks like we do have in the staff notes, $30 for duplicate or renewal. How much does it say to get a new one?
Senator Boner, or what we're looking at is 31,713, and the fees, all of our driver's license fees are outlined. So currently right now, a new license is $40 plus the $5 transportation information fee that was allowable by statute. So right now, the way that the existing statute is written, a duplicate and a renewal are the same. So people just renew. The duplicate fee typically is much less, or in other jurisdictions is less than what it would cost to fully renew, because there's not a lot of requirements that need to be met. So you don't need to take the vision exam again. You can do this process online once we move to our modernized system, things like that. So typically jurisdictions charge a lesser fee than the renewal fee in this scenario. But again, that's a decision for the committee to make.
Yeah, that's the closest I'd say. We're also doing it. Go ahead, Senator Kolb.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll modify my original amendment to $30, and we're willing to have a discussion about that, but I think it's a starting point.
Okay, any discussion on that? $30 for the fee.
Motion in a second.
Okay, got it. Anybody want to second that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Moved by Kolb, second by Wiley. Any discussion?
Question.
Okay, Senator Pappas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if indeed that's going to be going online soon, I don't think $30 is really, if it's just a duplicate and all they're going to send you is a new card, seems a little, if a new one is $40, I would be more comfortable with maybe half at $20, because there's no additional work other than they're going to print a new card and send it to you.
Well, I consider that a friendly amendment.
The second considered friendly as well? Okay, $20, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question still stands. I realize that 31,718 has the numbers in there. Would we simplify things by maybe putting a ratio in here instead of that, so that if the numbers change later, we don't have to go clean up all the other statutes? Or am I just overthinking it?
I think it's, if you look at it, they're all just fees listed right there. It seems pretty straightforward the way it is, but of course we could have a separate bill draft after getting with this one if we want to do a different methodology.
No, that I'm not sure that's. If we change at some other point, 31,7,113, then do we have to go back and change this bill as well? That's all I'm getting at.
Right, well, it's all 31,7,113, so. Yeah, if you want to go and change the fees, you'd have to change all of them. That's what you want to do.
I'm happy.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we're on the amendment to insert $20 for the fee. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. That motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any further discussion, committee?
Question.
Okay, seeing none, question being called. Let's do a roll call vote for committee sponsorship.
This is a roll call vote for 25 LSO 0212 driver's licenses and IDs revisions as amended. Senator Brennan. Aye. Senator Furphy. Senator Cole.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Berger.
Aye.
Representative Nemec.
Aye.
Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Representative Obermueller.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Smith.
Aye.
Representative Stivar.
Aye.
Representative Wiley.
Aye.
Co-chairman Brown.
No.
Chairman Boner.
Aye.
13 aye, 1 no.
Okay, good job, committee. We're slightly ahead of schedule, so we'll take a 10-minute break, come back at 10:15. And we'll bring up the EV topic. For now, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but I don't think enough to justify taking a lunch, so we'll get lunch ordered in here. Hope you guys like sandwiches and stuff like that. For committee and staff only, FYI. So that's the plan, I think, moving forward. And yeah, we'll be back at 10:15. Okay. All right, we are live again. We're at our 10:45 topic. If everybody can find their seats and finish up their conversations. We'll get on bill draft 25 LSO 73. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Talise Hanson, Staff Attorney LSO, presenting Bill Draft 25 LSO 73, version 0.5 alternative fuel tax electricity amendments. This bill draft was requested at the committee's June meeting. This bill draft is a resurrect of 2024 House Bill 7 that was sponsored by this committee during the 2024 budget session. This bill draft amends how alternative fuel tax for electricity is assessed and calculated, and amends definitions and references to electric vehicles for taxation and fee purposes. So page 2, lines 10 through 22 amends the statute concerning the annual decal fee for electric vehicles by changing the $200 decal fee from a plug-in registered and licensed electric vehicle to an all-electric vehicle, and adding a $100 decal fee for a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. Page 3, lines 5 through 7 amends the definition of billed gallons to include kilowatt hours. Page 3, lines 9 through 14 amends the definition of bulk alternative fuel to strike the reference to the gasoline gallon equivalent for electricity. Page 3, lines 16 through 20 amends the definition of dispenser to add the point of taxation from any other alternative fuel that YDOT designates. The dispenser is the point where the alternative fuel instead of gas is delivered into the tank. Page 3, lines 22 and 23, and page 4, lines 1 through 4 amends the definition of gasoline gallon equivalent to remove the language specifying that the gasoline gallon equivalent for electricity is 33.56 kilowatt hours. Page 4, lines 6 through 15 amends the definition of hybrid electric vehicle to mean that the vehicle cannot be recharged from any external source of electricity, including a wall socket. It also states that a hybrid electric vehicle does not include an all-electric vehicle or a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. Page 4, lines 17 through 23, and page 5, lines 1 through 3 amends the definition of plug-in hybrid electric vehicle to provide that it uses 2 or more distinct power sources to move the vehicle, and it does not include a hybrid electric vehicle or an all-electric vehicle. Page 5, lines 5 through 8 amends the definition of user to remove the reference to the use of an alternative fuel in an internal combustion engine. Page 5, lines 10 through 18 adds a new definition of an all-electric vehicle to mean a motor vehicle that uses electric energy to propel the vehicle, can be recharged from an external source of electricity, and can use stored electricity to drive or contribute to driving the wheels of a motor vehicle. This definition does not include a hybrid electric vehicle, a plug-in hybrid vehicle, a motorcycle, or a multi-purpose vehicle. Page 5, lines 20 and 21 adds a definition of charge to mean to receive and store electric energy. Page 6, lines 1 through 6 adds a definition of DC direct current fast charging station to mean a device used to charge an all-electric vehicle that meets the definition of DC level 1, DC level 2, or DC level 3 as defined by the SAE international standards or an equivalent power output level. Page 6, lines 10 through 15 specifies that there is a license tax on an all-electric energy used, sold, or distributed for sale or use for charging on an all-electric vehicle at a DC fast charging station. Page 6, lines 19 through 23 adds a new paragraph 2 to require each dealer to collect the license tax, and each dealer is liable for the entire amount of license taxes imposed. Further, each DC fast charging station is required to be metered to measure the amount of electric energy used, sold, or distributed for charging. Page 7, lines 1 through 18 amends the statute regarding taxation rate. A new paragraph 4 is added, which levies a tax of 3 cents per kilowatt hour on all electricity used, sold, or distributed for sale in Wyoming to propel a motor vehicle except as provided. The bottom of page 7 to page 10 adds references to kilowatt hours. Section 2 on page 11, line 4 repeals Wyoming statute 3917-303A2, which ties the imposition of a 1 cent fuel tax to the balances of the corrective action account and the environmental pollution financial responsibility account. Section 3 on page 12, lines 1 and 2 requires the Department of Transportation to promulgate all rules necessary Section 4 on page 12, lines 4 through 10 provides a split effective date with sections 1 and 2 being effective January 1st, 2026, and sections 3 and 4 being effective July 1st, 2025. I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, committee, any questions on the bill draft itself? Yeah, I have one on the repealer. Is that new? Is that in the bill that we had last year? And just a little bit more information as to what exactly we're doing there, and a little bit more about the account that we're or what we're appealing there.
Mr. Chairman, so that the provision that's repealed ties the imposition of the 1 cent fuel tax to the balances of that account. Similar language was in the gasoline tax and the diesel tax provisions that were repealed in 2015, and this one was not repealed in 2015.
Okay, gotcha. Looks like in the previous version of this bill, there's an additional repealer that is not in this bill. It repealed 3917-301A. Oh boy, that's a bunch of Roman numerals, like 38. And just reason as to why that didn't make the, I guess, transition, if you will.
Mr. Chairman, that change was not included in this version as LSO was reviewing the bill. It was recommended to add the definition of hybrid electric vehicle so that was originally repealed in the bill, but it's not to distinguish between a hybrid electric vehicle, a plug-in, and an all-electric. It was recommended that would be included back in to make it very clear that if you had a hybrid electric vehicle, that definition should be included to help distinguish that from a plug-in hybrid, since you're requiring the $100 decal fee for a plug-in hybrid vehicle. So that was kind of something that we kind of missed the first time around, but I think this makes it clear that there's 3 different types of all electric, plug-in hybrid, and just a regular hybrid vehicle.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any further questions, committee? Okay, thank you, Talise. Appreciate it. First up, we have YDOT.
Good morning, Mr. Co-Chairs, members of the committee. Wayne Hassinger with YDOT Fuel Tax Administration. And I've got with me Kimberly Peters from Fuel Tax Administration, and she would be happy to answer all of your very difficult questions.
Okay. So you're just standing for questions then? And okay, I think all right, so pretty straightforward bill. Usually we like to remind the committee what the purpose of the bill is. We heard a walkthrough of the bill draft, but a little background is usually helpful, I think. So if you go ahead and provide that, that'd be great.
You bet. Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee, that really for us, one of the primary goals was to get the taxation rate on electricity moved to kilowatt hours, as we had originally put it with the gasoline gallon equivalent, which back in 2015 was the conventional wisdom. So it's important to us that we get current with the other states that are charging the tax on electricity based on kilowatt hour. Really, the definitions, the redefining of the definitions is helpful to us. Adding a more clear definition of an all-electric vehicle beneficial to us to administer the tax. Of course, we serve at the pleasure. So however we want to, we've had a lot of discussions about how to tax electric vehicles. We're not, we're fuel tax folks, so we're not electricians, or, we read the standard J1772 that's referenced in here that came to us from Representative Yen. Really, that language did. And I know the last meeting we showed you how thick it was. We tried to read it. Didn't work out so well, right? It is full of specifications related to plugs and charging stations. So we are doing our best to be up to speed and be able to answer questions, but some of them will fall to an electrician, a technician, or somebody. Really, I think for us, it is just to get some traction on if administering the tax on electric vehicles. So that this is, from our position, that is a great step in the right direction to give us direction.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I asked you guys for a synopsis of that couple thousand-page bill. I'm just kidding.
Mr. Co-Chair, it's in the mail.
Yes, in your committee materials. Okay, any questions for YDOT?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead, Representative Berger.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a kind of a clarification, question on weight distribution. When you take an all electric vehicle and a hybrid and a plug-in hybrid, does anyone know? And I just can't remember. I'm trying to put this in my head. Is there a difference? What's the difference in weight between those three types of vehicles? If anybody could answer that question.
Okay, we might have some industry folks who'd be better suited to answer that question, but certainly if you want to give it a shot. No? Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll hold that one, Representative Berger, and I'm sure we'll get an answer here. It's my recollection that a lot of these EVs are quite a bit heavier than your standard vehicles, but we could probably get some more information there. Okay, any further questions for YDOT? Okay, just want to clarify. So we're writing the bill draft. It talks about level 1, 2, 3 chargers. Just to remind the committee what we're looking at assessing the per kilowatt hour tax on, and maybe a brief overview of the different, what those mean. What's a, level 1, level 2, level 3, what does that mean?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, a level 1 charger would be equivalent to an outlet socket, a standard 110 socket. A level 2 charger would be, so I won't be technical at all, but it will be a mid-range charger. You see them in front of hotels, some gas stations, other retail places. They can effectively charge an EV, might take 8 to 10 hours to achieve that. Level 3 is what I think we all know is the supercharger, the Tesla, the Electrify America, the big chargers, and they can charge in 20, 30 minutes, charge your electric vehicle. So I think through all the discussions we've had with the committee, that those superchargers are the focus of where we believe we should collect the tax.
Right, that was an important discussion we had last year. Just I think everybody understands the reason why we have these fees is for the level 1 source of chargers. We're not going to require somebody to meter their outlet in their garage, but then there's kind of this gray area with level 2 where, it covers a lot of different types, not just those ones you see out in front of hotels. It could be somebody hooking that up to a outlet that's an RV park, for example, with their vehicle. And so there's just such a broad category. It makes it really difficult to uniformly assess a per kilowatt hour tax. And so we went with level 3, and that's what's in this bill, if I understand it correctly. Is that correct? So, okay. Making sure we get nice and caught up from last year. So, okay. Any further discussions for YDOT? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Don't go too far. Also, as part of our agenda, we have the Department of Agriculture. The reason why they're here is that they are responsible for doing, I guess you could say, some consumer confidence work, making sure with our gas powered or our gas stations that if you pay for a gallon of gas, you get a gallon of gas. And we're considering what role, if any, they should play and doing something similar for electric vehicles. So Director Miyamoto, thank you for being here. Feel free to introduce yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Doug Miyamoto, representing the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. And with me today, I have Bob Weidler. He is your state metrologist. So he handles the weights and measures program of the Department of Agriculture. Appreciate kind of the background that you provided to the committee about why it would be that the Department of Agriculture is here, but Bob's responsibility is essentially to certify all goods that are sold by mass or volume within the state of Wyoming to make sure that consumers are getting what they're paid for. So typical duties that Bob oversees are certification of scales. Anytime livestock are sold over a scale, we want to make sure that that scale reads correctly for the protection of both the buyer and the seller. And this is a path that Bob has been collaborating with the Department of Transportation with for some time now, and we have a little more insight than we used to about fast charging. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Weidler, who can walk you through some alternatives that you might consider for oversight of fast charging stations generally across the state.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, first of all, thank you for allowing us to be here today. I appreciate that you're considering, our role in this. So you just touched on a couple of things we provided an outline. You have level 1 AC, as YDOT indicated. That's common household stuff. Oftentimes the car comes with a little charger, and then level 2 AC, it's a higher voltage and it's more specialized. It is faster charging, but as YDOT indicated, it does take quite an extensive time to fully charge a vehicle. And then DC fast charging, that's high power levels, from 5 kilowatt to 400 kilowatt. That's the fastest charging available at this time. They are working to increase that. And this is like YDOT indicated, more than likely the DC fast charge is what will be predominant in the marketplace. I think we probably will see some level 2 AC, however, and as far as the testing of that type of equipment, it's very similar. So there wouldn't be any specialized knowledge needed between the two or specialized equipment. So background on, what we have in the state based on YDOT information. And this is from that National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan, the NEVI. The latest I have as of August 2024, there's approximately 108 existing or proposed stations statewide. We don't have a good handle on the number of meters at each station. And also we don't have a real good handle on how many of these meters will be used commercially. As Director Miyamoto indicated, we're charged with, we're assigned the task of verifying commercial devices. So, the scales that aren't used in a commercial setting, we don't have any involvement in. So we don't know how many meters are actually commercial. And I assume we likely will follow the same path and we won't be involved in meters that are not used commercially. An example of a meter that's not used commercially, there's in Sundance, I think it's Powder River Electric. They have a space, on their, in one parking spot, you can plug in your vehicle. And I believe that's free. And there probably isn't any indication of how much energy has flowed from that meter to the vehicle. So honestly, we probably wouldn't be able to do anything with that. So the distribution of charging stations is kind of somewhat what you would expect. The higher population areas are where more chargers exist. The most locations are in the southeastern portion of the state. There's about 32 stations, and Cheyenne is the city with the highest number of those at 18. The next highest number of stations is in the northwest region of the state. There's 31 stations in approximately 10 towns or, 10 locations. Jackson is the highest at 17 stations. But however, there's a number of meters and stations in Yellowstone and Teton National Parks. And then the central portion of the state comes in with 20 stations. And as you would expect, Casper is the highest among those. The southwestern portion is next and with 14 stations, and similarly, similar trend, Rock Springs is the highest at 7 stations. Northeast is the least, has the least amount of stations. There's only 11, and it's only in actually three cities or towns. Sheridan is the highest with 6 stations. So this is a brand new thing for us, as it's actually a brand new technology throughout the country. So it's kind of hard to get a handle on how we would address this. We don't know how much time it's going to take at each station, how often we need to do it. But there's several ideas of how we would take on this task. With the wide distribution, it probably would be a statewide duty area. And it's a very specialized inspection. Knowledge of electricity and electrical systems is something that we all don't have. And oftentimes it takes a specific person with prior knowledge to be successful. Inspection frequency, we really don't know the reliability of these meters. I spoke with some industry representatives on Wednesday, and they say they either work or they don't. There's no middle ground. And what he meant by that is there's a lot of electronic circuit boards and electronic components in that, and the meter itself might be accurate, but those will fail and incorrectly calculate the amount of energy flowing. So in order to determine the failure rate, we just have to start at a higher level, probably as an annual inspection. And as we collect data, we can either adjust that or keep it as is. Conventional weighing and measuring devices that we currently inspect, they're either inspected annually, based on the amount of errors we see or the potential for error in the marketplace, or other regulatory requirements. And we can go as far long as 3 years on some devices. So from 1 to 3 years is our inspection. So, how we're going to accomplish this is, anyone's guess at this point. If we view it as a specialty duty, which, it's assigned to one person, there's positives and negatives with that. Positive is that we don't need as much test equipment. Less training, we only have to train one person, and, this type of training isn't available among our staff. We would have to send them to a class somewhere out of state. And, if it is just one first person that focuses on this, they become more knowledgeable about it. If they're doing 6 other things, it's just a small part of their job. They won't become an expert. The negative with this is it would require additional personnel, and with that comes an assigned vehicle. And then it probably would be more in-state travel. So the second scenario, we could share this duty among the existing staff that we have. Positive with that is we don't need to try to get additional personnel. Negative is, our personnel we have are already assigned multiple inspection duties, and it's not really likely that the workload can be absorbed among the staff and not having an impact on what we already do. Currently, we do retail motor fuel devices, which are gas pumps, vehicle tank meters, which are fuel delivery trucks, liquefied petroleum gas meters, both, your dispensers and fuel delivery trucks, small capacity scales, large capacity scales, and livestock scales. And, that's kind of been the core of our focus. And, if we take on this extra task, it likely will impact that somewhat. So also negative is, we'd have to have additional training, we'd have to send, 3 or 4 people out of state to a class. They probably wouldn't become as knowledgeable. And then also they'd have to share equipment, and we probably would have to purchase more sets of test equipment so that, so that more than one inspector could do this inspection at a time. And then movement of the equipment from one inspector to another, that might be problematic. Some of it is a little bit heavy, and it takes up a lot of cargo space. I think we provided some pictures. The current load emulator that's available, I actually saw one in person on Wednesday, and it's looks a lot like a Miller generator welder. I don't think it's near as heavy. But that's kind of what I thought of. And then currently the WDA doesn't really have the authority to inspect and test these EV charging systems. In Chapter 18 of our rules and regulations, we adopt a current version of a publication that's produced by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And in that, we adopt the 2017 version. I've been told that there isn't any provision that we can adopt the latest revision. So in order to adopt a new handbook, we have to open up the rules and go through that process. And in the 2024 edition of Handbook 44, the EVSE code 3.40 is now in effect. A little background of that. It's been a tentative code since 2015, and it was non-enforceable. But as of January 1, 2023, it became a permanent code. So it took about 8 years to refine that code, nationwide and get agreement on that. And, to get the authority, we would have to update our rules and regulations. And then just a little background on test equipment. There's currently only one manufacturer marketing test equipment. I've been told that, the company is Tesco. I've been told that Fluke and one other company are in the process of developing it, so it's an emerging thing. And I think probably fairly soon we'll see another supplier. The good news is that the company that produces this has developed a load emulator. And what that does is you hook the charging station to your test meter, and then that to your load emulator, and that simulates charging of the vehicle. And what that does is it allows you to not have to have a vehicle there to test it. You have to have somewhere for the electricity to flow. And this load emulator is basically just a big heater. And the test doesn't take very long. It doesn't use much electricity. And that eliminates, having to have a car there, and then also some additional equipment. That load emulator, as I said, is rather large. But I think it's definitely beneficial because you don't have to have a car there. I think it probably would be problematic to have to wait for a vehicle to show up so you could do your test. And then, unfortunately, this stuff is kind of expensive. As of August 2024, the latest price on it is just under $130,000 for a whole setup to test the meters. Hopefully, if some other manufacturers get in, that'll bring the price down. And then also that test module requires periodic calibration, much like we have to recalibrate our weights and our volumetric standards for our inspection staff. It would have to go in, and I think the manufacturer at this point is recommending annual. So our metrology lab doesn't have that capability, so we would have to send it off. And then I provided some examples, and then just a few comments on the working draft. I think page 6, line 3 and 4. I don't know if the levels of charging are listed are correct. That's standard J1772 is all SAE stuff you have to buy. And at this point, I didn't know if it was worth the investment to purchase that to verify it. But the correct terminology, as far as I know, among the weights and measures community, is level 1 is an AC alternating current. Level 2 is also AC alternating current. And then level 3 is just kind of a off the cuff name, but it's actually just DC fast charging, I believe. But I would, with the caveat that I haven't seen the standard to verify that. But as far as, my involvement with other states, these are the levels that are listed. And then page 7, line 8, the liquid petroleum gas, it didn't click with me until yesterday. I was reviewing this material. It has, in liquid petroleum gas. I thought maybe that should be stated as liquefied petroleum gas. I didn't know the intent of it, but then it clicked in my head that likely it was liquefied natural gas is what that I think is probably alluding to. And then I explained that typically or liquefied or LPG, which is propane, it's typically already sold in gallons. So there is an equivalent they list, but it's not all that necessary when it's typically metered in gallons already. It is acceptable to sell propane by the pound. So in that case, an equivalent probably would be appropriate. Then page 7, line 9, I didn't see any definition for diesel gallon equivalent, so I provided that. The 2024 edition of the NIST Handbook 44 lists the diesel gallon equivalent as it relates to both compressed gas and liquefied natural gas. And then page 7, line 10, just a comment. Just my observation. I didn't understand why renewable diesel was discussed in conjunction with the diesel gallon equivalent. I mean, as far as I know, renewable diesel is compatible with petroleum diesel and biodiesel, and it's already sold in the method of sale is typically in gallons. So I would think it would be appropriate that taxation on that would fall in line with petroleum and biodiesel. And that's about all I had on that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any questions for the Department of Agriculture?
Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, not necessarily a question. I just want to say thank you. As we started unpacking this 2 years ago, there was a lot of unanswered questions. YDOT certainly did their best to muddle their way through it, but really appreciate you bringing out a lot of the good concerns that you guys have and a lot of the opportunities for us to ponder as we move through this. I especially think the $130,000 for one charging unit to just test any of these. And one is not going to do the whole state. There's a significant outlay that's going to need to be pondered if we don't trust the installation people on this, and we anticipate you guys having that consumer protection advocacy on this. So really appreciate you guys coming here and really appreciate the amount of work that you guys put into this, as well as YDOT. It's not as simple as just adding a decal and charging them $200. This is a lot more in depth. So I appreciate the amount of time that you guys put into this. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments, committee? Okay, Senator Culp, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Upon looking at this, I guess where we find ourselves with this bill draft and looking at our alternatives that we may consider, I think there's some things that hadn't gotten considered, or maybe they did, and I guess not aware of it. But my background is 42 years. I'm a master electrician with a heavy technical background in theory. And so I understand, I guess, what's going on here. But the question I would have is, just as to throw it out there, that if we were just going to take the current meter, their electrical meter that would feed said devices, and then you'd have an efficiency loss from the equipment. So it wouldn't be, what the metered would actually got into the vehicle. But why wouldn't we just leave it up to the said charging station owner to be charged a franchise fee of X amount for usage of the power? Say we take 80% of what they go through the meter because the efficiency issues that we could consider, whatever that may be, and let them divvy it out on there, because they're selling this power per KW to their customers. Why do we want to care that we want to get involved with number one, trying to figure out what the charger gave out, when we could just go back to the certified electrical meter that's already maintained by the power company, and we would then give them some sort of a credit, you know, probably dependent upon the equipment, for efficiency and parasitic loss. Instead of doing it on the end like a fuel pump, and I'm in the fuel industry, by the way, just to say I do the calibration. Why couldn't we do it the other way? I mean, is there some issue that stops us from doing that you're aware of, that we could just say, I'll just call it a franchise fee per KW as per the electrical meter that supplied power to said system that's charging said vehicles? Why couldn't we skin the cat that way? I mean, I guess, and I realize it's kind of late in the day, we have a bill in front of us, but I just wonder, as a broad way of making this more simple, so you don't have to get involved in the world of calibration of calculating out a load, which is much more difficult than a load bank, I might add. But just what's your thoughts on it, and as a different way of going about taxation or accounting for road usages? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Chairman Bonner, Senator Cole. I think there probably is many different ways to approach this. I'm not familiar with how metering through the electric company works. I know we get a meter into our house, and you know, I assume these charging stations are going to be the same way. And I think you bring up a really valid point. Perhaps you charge the tax on the kilowatt at that point, and then it wouldn't require an individual assessment of each meter. And as far as I know, certified meters are, certified for a reason.
Any further questions? Okay, I got one. So you mentioned changing our rules. Will this require a statute change as well if we're going to make this decision to verify how much electricity you're getting in your electric charge, or one or the other? Does you need legislative approval from a policy perspective? I understand the need probably for some sort of appropriation, maybe, but it looks like the current Title 40, Chapter 10 is pretty broad, actually, when you look at it. So just wondering, what you would need from us, if anything.
Chairman Bonner, as far as I know, it'd be, fairly standard procedure to open up our rules, Chapter 18 of our rules and regulations, and adopt that current version, which we've done that before. This is a pretty big change to the handbook. Typically, it's small stuff, but we have done that before, so I believe we can accomplish that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, committee? All right, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Oh, Director, you got anything, or you waving goodbye? Okay, all right.
No.
All right. Thanks for coming by. All right. Okay, so that takes care of our state agencies. Any public comment on this issue? Nobody in the room jumping up. Okay, anybody online?
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Tony Gagliardi online.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Tony Gagliardi. I'm the Wyoming State Director for the National Federation of Independent Business. Our position at NFIB on behalf of our 2,700 members in Wyoming, small business owners with between 5 and 9 employees, has been that electric vehicles need to be paying their fair share, especially when the discussion comes around to road damage and road maintenance. So we've always paid attention to these bills on EVs. We believe that this draft is a fair draft. I can't jump in and say at this time that we support it, because we're right in the middle of our member ballot process, and this issue is going to be on that member ballot that goes out. And, but we will have it completed long before the session starts, and I will make this committee aware of the way that ballot comes back. But we believe that the EVs use the same roads, the same highways. When you examine the weights, now somebody asked about the weight on EVs, and getting bored, while I was waiting for my turn, I happened to do some research, and a Tesla Model 3 long-range vehicle is rated at 4,065 pounds. A new electric Ford Mustang is rated at 4,394 pounds. To give you a comparison, those both are equivalent of an F-150 crew cab. So EVs can or will produce the same type of wear and damage on our highways. Therefore, we believe that they need to be paying their fair share, especially when it comes to road taxes and highway maintenance. And with that, as I said, I will get back with this committee as soon as our member ballot is done to let you know where we've come down on this issue. I'm happy to answer any questions. It's been a most informative discussion. It has helped me tremendously. So thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Gagliardi. Any questions? Hey, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Okay, any further online participants? Okay, bring it back to the room. Anybody in the room? Public comment? Okay, well, I guess this is an old friend and we've heard some testimony last year, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move the bill.
Okay, moved by Representative Brown. Second by Senator Pappas. Okay, so we do have two amendments. If it's okay with the committee, we'll go ahead and consider those at this time. The first one is from YDOT. I think that's probably appropriate to go ahead and discuss those. So anybody from the department want to come down here and discuss proposed amendment number 1?
Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee, we'll just kind of walk through this if that's easiest. I'll probably use my notes so I don't get lost in all the delete II stuff. Really on line 1, we're suggesting after vehicles insert requiring signage for per kilowatt hour taxes, providing penalties, really similar to our other two articles. Would just make it consistent and again, kind of that consumer awareness concept behind that, so people know they're being charged and how much they're being charged per kilowatt hour. On line 15, where we suggest after standards inserting and any future updates to those standards, that's related to the standard J1772, which we actually spent the money and bought that big giant thing. So we're happy to share it with our friends at the Department of Ag, because we own a copy and that's probably going to make more sense to them than to us. Yeah. So what we did learn is that it gets updated. And so we thought it would be important to have language that says, and any updates to that standard, because if memory serves, it's been updated 4 or 5 times, the most recent being January 2024, which would suggest we're probably ripe for another update. Then we get into the line page 6, line 13, where we suggest delete used. And as memory serves from the discussion on Rock Springs, this was maybe too far in the weeds for us to be, as far as we were suggesting that maybe used was also capturing the amount of electricity to run the charging station. And maybe the desire was not to tax that electricity, but rather the electricity that goes into the EV. We are clearly not smart enough to suggest that. So I think there was some discussion that we were like, oh, okay. So we thought that made good sense to bring that up. We're not. She might be tied to it, but I think we're okay. Either way, we just wanted to bring up that was our thought. And so that's what behind deleting the word used. On page 6, line 14, we suggest deleting the word distributed and inserting dispensed. Really, that again is what you're doing with it is dispensing it. Distributed in the fuel tax world is most often associated with distributing fuel, which then if you're a fuel distributor, you have to be a licensed. And so again, it's our mindset based on what we do that we would prefer the language to say dispensed. And again, that's just multiplied a couple times here. Then we go down to let's see, 29 I, where we say, and this would be consistent language in our other articles, every person who sells or offers to sell to the retail trade alternative fuel for the use of motor vehicles shall conspicuously display a sign stating the price per kilowatt hour. Again, similar to what we require with gasoline and diesel and other fuels. Then some more of that used, distributed, dispensed stuff. Then down on 39-17-308 as far as enforcement, the inclusion of language that we have in our other articles as far as any person who does not display the price per kilowatt hour is guilty of a misdemeanor. So that again, that's consistent with our other language. We as a taxing authority, we tend to be painfully focused on consistently applying what we do. That is certainly your decision. We serve at the pleasure. We think our job is just to put it on the table, and we're happy to do whatever. I think that covers everything listed there.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Any questions on the proposed amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask you about the staff comment that was on the regarding the consideration of calibration and certification of any equipment that would be calibrating the meter, I guess, in the charging station. Do we need language like that? Like we require it under fuels, right?
Mr. Co-Chair, Senator, I think for us, again, kind of going to that consumer side, which really most tax administrators aren't really concerned with that, but we believe because we do require, not in our law, but fuel pumps have to be, the consumer has to be assured that what says is coming out of the pump is coming out of the pump. We just drew a correlation to that would apply to these EV charging stations. Where that resides, and because we don't do that, we would be happy for that to exist or not exist anywhere in the universe, if I'm getting to the question.
Okay, go ahead, Senator Culp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has anyone considered the parasitic cost of testing? I mean, this isn't fuel where you can put it back in the fuel storage tank, right? It's not happening. So you're going to use up somebody's power while you're testing said device. Have we had any consideration for for a reimbursement of some measure or consideration or acknowledgement that there's going to be power consumed that is irreversible? I mean, you can't put it back. It's, for whatever reason, I mean, you could store it in a battery, but what are you going to do when that fella or that person who owns the charging station gets a bill for, so many KW being used for testing purposes? Has anyone thought about that? That's my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Co-Chair, Senator, no. Quite honestly, really, our only thought was to bring it up as far as the ensuring what came out of it was accurate. As taxing folks, we had not, I don't know that would have ever occurred to me that what you said, that makes complete sense. We just brought it to the table as a correlation to what we do with fuel pumps. To your point, absolutely, you can restore that fuel to where it came from, where you can't with electricity. Fantastic point. We did not go past the surface when suggesting the consumer protection concept.
Okay, any further questions on this amendment? Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Let's go ahead and just allow the opportunity for public comment. Probably messed up procedurally, but any public comment on the amendment? Proposed amendment, I should say. Okay, good deal. Just thought I'd double check. Thank you, everybody. There's another proposed amendment, number 2. That's from, I believe, Representative Yen, that basically exempt sales tax for that everybody pays on their electric bill, and say that since we're taxing on per kilowatt hour, we'd be exempt from the sales tax on fuel. And that's Representative Yen's input. So that's another amendment that the committee may consider. And that's proposed amendment number 2 in your packet, committee. So I'm guessing Representative Yen is not online. I didn't hear from him. So, but relatively straightforward concept, just so the public knows that as a amendment that could be out there saying we're charging you at 4 cents a kilowatt hour. We're not also going to charge you sales tax on the electricity. And we would need to take action in this bill to make that exemption. So, okay. So those are 2 amendments that we have kind of a part of the committee materials. I thought that they were worth pointing out at this point. But right now, committee, do we have any general comments or amendments for this bill draft? Representative Pendergraph, I'll start with you.
Just on the staff comment at the end of the first amendment, it's pretty well been established that the electric meters are already certified. And I think we're getting redundant when we start trying to have to go back and recertify the certification.
Thank you, Representative. That point's well taken. Even if we did want to do something, I think that may be more appropriate for a separate bill draft anyway. So we keep this one focused on the taxation issue. And even what we hear from Department of Ag, they can even technically, if they want to take a different route and say, do a traditional, method like they do with with gasoline, that's something they could do through rule anyways. Maybe a budget amendment to if we want to go that route, to buy all the equipment and maybe additional personnel and everything that go along with that. So, okay. Any further discussion, Senator Cole?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we had a little clarification, I think, in the definitions where it was stating that it was a type 2 charger with a DC charger, just to clean up that language. That was pointed out by the Weights and Measures folks. I think that needs to be done to clean that up, to at least get it in line with, I guess, what we know as the facts for a type 2 charger. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that's a good, well, actually, maybe we need more information from YDOT, since it references standard J1772. Is that a reference back to that document, or will we be better off just, I mean, why do we even need DC or AC, or, I mean, is level 1, 2, 3 sufficient?
Mr. Co-Chair, we actually had we did not have the opportunity to reach out to our friends at the Department of Ag. But because we did purchase that standard manual, it actually refers to two options of level 2 chargers, which are AC, and then 2 levels of DC chargers. That standard manual so actually refers to 4. And then there's all that electrical language that just pages of it. So we presume that should somebody read that knew what the hell they were doing, it would explain those 4 levels. But it actually, I think for us, we've always been kind of just going with level 1, level 2, level 3, understanding level 3 is a supercharger. So whatever would be appropriate, we're not tied to anything. We just know the language that has been constantly used is how we refer to it. But that standard does refer to 2 AC and 2 DC.
Okay, so we could eliminate the DC from all that and you'd be okay. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Any further discussion, committee? Senator Kolb, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to circle back on Representative Yen's amendment. It concerns me that he's citing that, something's taxed that can't be retaxed. I guess I'm just going to simplify it. Why wouldn't this apply for a type 3 supercharger? Why wouldn't this be applicable? I mean, this is talking about the same tax. That electricity going into that type 3 supercharger isn't the same circumstance this is for type 2. So I am concerned that, if this is correct, I would like to get this question answered. Is this applicable also to a type 3 supercharger station? Because they are paying taxes on that as we are at our house. I thought we were always talking about a separate issue here about the road use, and it would be on top of that tax, frankly. So I am concerned that if Representative Yen is correct, I don't know what path forward we have here under this argument. How do we then tax a type 3 supercharger? That's my question.
Well, maybe we have that discussion if anybody feels the need to actually bring the amendment forward. But yeah, see how it goes. I imagine if this bill moves forward, we'll see it at some point in the process. So, so any further discussion on the bill, committee? We do have that WYDOT amendment. It seems like they're mostly largely cleanup, but some ensuring consistency with the way we treat folks who sell gasoline. Any discussion on that amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I've moved the proposed WYDOT.
Okay, moved by Representative Brown, second by Senator Kolb. Any discussion on the amendment?
Question.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. That motion carries. Did we move the bill? We should probably do that. Come on. Anybody want to move the bill? Let's try that. Okay. Okay, moved by Representative Wiley, second by Representative Ahern. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Hopefully everybody's okay.
Yeah, I moved it.
You did? Okay, I'm losing my mind. Okay. Well, it's been moved twice, man. We like this bill moving. Okay. Sorry about that, everybody.
Excited.
Yeah, we're so, all right. So thank you for the clarification. Better safe than sorry. Okay, so that amendment carries. Thank you. Any further discussion on the bill? Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Oh, wait, go. Senator Kolb, you got something? Never mind.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just with great trepidation, I will support this bill, but I will tell you, I think it needs a whole lot of work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any further discussion? Look forward to the electrician's touch on this bill here. So, Master electrician, excuse me. Okay, with that, we'll do a roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote to sponsor 25 LSO 0073 alternative fuel tax electricity amendments as amended. Senator Brennan. Aye. Senator Furphy.
Aye.
Senator Kolb.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Berger,
Aye.
Representative Nemec, Representative O'Hearn,
Aye.
Representative Obermueller,
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft,
Aye.
Representative Smith,
No.
Representative Stivar,
No.
Representative Wiley,
Aye.
Representative, I'm sorry, Chairman, Co-Chairman Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Boner,
Aye.
12 aye, 2 no.
Okay, thank you, committee, for that one. We'll see how it fares in the session. Okay, next up, we do have our kind of lunch topic, and I'm just gonna refer to staff. It's talk about road usage charges. I don't know, we're gonna have somebody zooming in. Yeah, and that's what we're gonna be asking here. Are they ready to go? And just while they get that ready, we did order lunch be here about 11:45 to noon. And so well, that's the plan for now. And so I think, and if they're ready, we can move forward with that. If not, we'll just go ahead and move forward with our 1 o'clock topic. And if we could just try to get a hold of whoever's going to be presenting, that'd be wonderful. But for now, let's go ahead and get a start on electronic lien and tiling system. That's 25 LSO 74.
Steve, are they ready?
No, they're not ready.
Oh, okay.
They're not ready. So we'll wait patiently for them. And you know, they're zooming in from out of state, so we'll give them some leeway and we'll just have that at the scheduled time. In the meantime, we'll be efficient with everybody's time and talk about the next topic, which is 25 LSO 74, talking about electronic lien and titling system.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Talise Hanson, Staff Attorney LSO, presenting Bill Draft 25 LSO 0074, version 0.5, electronic lien and title system. This bill draft was requested at the committee's June meeting to create an electronic lien and title system based on the electronic lien and title working group's recommendations. So I'll start by walking through the bill draft. Section 1 begins on page 1, line 10, to create Wyoming Statute 31-113 electronic lien and title system. Subsection A on page 2, lines 2 through 17, defines electronic lien and title system to mean a statewide electronic lien and title system implemented by the Department of Transportation to process through electronic means certificates of title for vehicles, including new, transferred, and corrected certificates of title, certificate of title data in which a lien is notated, the notification, maintenance, perfection, and release of security interest in vehicles, and payment of sales or use tax. Subsection B on page 2, lines 19 through 21 requires the Department of Transportation to implement and administer an electronic lien and title system. Subsection C on page 3, lines 1 through 10 authorizes the Department of Transportation to contract with one or more vendors to develop, implement, and provide ongoing administration of the electronic lien and title system. It also authorizes the vendors to charge a transaction fee for each transaction provided through the electronic lien and title system to recover the vendor's costs associated with the development, implementation, and ongoing administration of the system. However, no vendor is allowed to charge any fees to the state or counties. The staff comment on page 3 provides that the committee may wish to consider adding a maximum transaction fee amount. The staff comment notes that some state statutes limit the transaction fee from anywhere between $3.50 to $5 per transaction. Subsection D on page 3, lines 23 through 28, and page 4, lines 1 through 5, provides that except for persons who are not normally engaged in the business or practice of financing vehicles, all dealers, lenders, lien holders, insurance companies, and secured parties shall use the electronic lien and title system. In addition, all counties are required to use the system. Persons not normally engaged in the business or practice of financing vehicles, including owners, may use the electronic lien and title system or may request a paper certificate of title at the office of the county clerk. Subsection E on page 4, lines 7 and 8 states that this section does not apply to certificates of title for mobile homes. Section 2 begins on page 4. The statute governing records is amended on pages 4 and 5. The change on page 4, lines 21 through 23 requires county clerks to forward a record of certificate of title electronically through the electronic lien and title system. The change on page 5, lines 9 and 10 require the Department of Transportation to maintain a record of all vehicle certificates of title from all counties in the electronic lien and title system. The statute governing the application of certificate of titles is amended on pages 6 and 7 to state that owners, owner's agents, transferees, and non-resident persons registered as a business entity shall apply for a certificate of title electronically through the electronic lien and title system, or they may apply at the office of the county clerk. The staff comment on page 7 just highlights that the committee may wish to consider whether it is necessary to expressly state that the person may request a paper certificate of title from the office of the county clerk in this section. The statute governing the contents of an application of certificate of titles is amended on pages 8 through 10. The change on page 8, lines 7 through 9 allows an affidavit to be on a separate form through the electronic lien and title system that provides remote authentication. The change on page 9, lines 8 through 10 allows a current statement regarding bonds to be submitted to the office of the county clerk or through the electronic lien and title system. The change on page 10, line 12 allows a paper certificate of title to be issued to an applicant if requested by the applicant. The changes on page 11, lines 3 through 5 are conforming amendments. The change on page 11, lines 15 and 16 allows notarization of the seller's signature to be an electronic signature in accordance with the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. The statute governing transfer of ownership is amended on pages 12 through 14. The change on page 12, lines 10 and 11 allows notaries acknowledging an assignment and warranty of title to sign electronically in accordance with the Uniform Electronics Transactions Act. The change on page 12, lines 13 and 14 allows delivery of a certificate of title after assignment to be made electronically through the system. And the changes on page 12, lines 17 through 19 allows a certificate of title to be applied for electronically through the electronic lien and title system or at the office of the county clerk. The changes on page 13, lines 12 and 13 allows a certificate of title that is being held by a bank or other financial institution to be delivered either in person or electronically through this system. The changes on page 13, lines 21 through 23 allows a transferor or auctioneer to deliver a certificate of title either in person or electronically through the system. The statute governing duplicate titles is amended on pages 14 through 19. The changes on page 14, lines 8 through 23 states that if a person loses a paper certificate of title, then the owner may apply for a duplicate paper certificate of title or an electronic certificate of title. The changes on pages 15 through 19 are conforming amendments. And then section 3 on page 23, lines 10 through 14 requires the Department of Transportation to promulgate any rules necessary to implement this act and authorizes the department to contract with one or more vendors to develop and implement the electronic lien and title system as authorized under section 1. Section 4 on page 23, lines 16 through 22, and page 24, lines 1 and 2 provides a split effective date. Sections 1 and 2 are effective July 1st, 2027. And sections 3 and 4 are effective immediately, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions on the bill draft committee? Okay, thank you. I do appreciate your work, Talise and the working group getting this ready. This does represent the consensus of the working group, and we're able to meet at least once or twice, and Senator Brennan can go into more detail since she was the leader of the group there. But I think this represents accurately the consensus of the group. Senator Brandon, you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think it was a privilege to be able to work with the working group, and they did a great job. This was what they've asked for. I think this bill is in really good shape for what they need.
Okay, any further questions about the bill draft itself, committee? Okay, YDOT, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lacey Bruckner, YDOT Compliance and Investigation. I myself and some other members of our program with YDOT did participate with the working group, and I concur that this is a compilation of what the stakeholders within the working group requested and felt would be beneficial in an electronic titling system for our state to make the title application process and the communication of data for titles more efficient. From YDOT's perspective, we've reviewed this bill as part of the working group, and of course, as the agency that would administer the electronic titling and lien system. I think that the way the bill is written, that we would be able to administer it accordingly without major issue. I put together, or we provided a memo to the committee that kind of just outlines the system that the department is currently using to house title and registration data. That system is a DOS-based system that was established in the 80s, modified to the way it's being currently used for title and registration records in 1993. We feel that an electronic titling system would probably enhance some efficiencies in what we're doing now as far as data collection, storage, and how our state's title and registration data is then transmitted to the National Motor Vehicle Title Information System and other title history services that the public use in vehicle purchase transactions, other DMVs use in ensuring whatever is presented to their DMV for a title application is current. Excuse me, some of the specific inefficiencies, I guess, that the department recognized as to why this would be a benefit to us are, one, that our data that is transmitted to us from the counties is not real time. So it takes a few days for their data to reach our revenue information system. Once that goes through that process, that data is reviewed for errors. If there are any errors, it's either rejected or kicked back to the counties for review. That process is all manual. An electronic titling system, that process could be done electronically, saving some time for YDOT staff as well as county staff. Again, once the department gets the data through our RIS system, that is transmitted to those title history services and the NMVIDIS database, and that's also takes a week, depending on when we get the data from the county, and it goes through our system, and then it can be uploaded into NMVIDIS and the other title history services that are provided there. And our registration records currently are uploaded to the National Law Enforcement Teletype System on a weekly basis. So there's another efficiency that would not only benefit the public, but would also benefit our law enforcement stakeholders. And along with the memo that the department submitted, we also provided kind of a flow chart to show you how that data flow happens today, and that from the counties into that RIS system, and if records are rejected or if they are flagged for errors, the steps it takes to get that record into the system currently. If there are I would stand for questions based on that flow chart that we provided or the memo that we provided from the department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lots of moving parts here, committee, but I think the bill draft is a little bit more focused on all the things that we're affecting. But any questions for YDOT? I mean, they're kind of centralized agency that's the nexus for all the different flow of information. So any questions for the department?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Not a question, just again, another major thanks. I know this was countless hours, not only on yours, but the working group as well. This is a big lift, and this is one of those things that's bringing Wyoming into the 21st century. And again, as you sitting there talking about stuff that's been dedicated to doing this since 1993, I was 6 years old. So I got Dan down here laughing at me. So, that's that's a big statement, right? And it's a big move forward for us to recognize that this is a large undertaking. It's going to have a lot of moving parts. You and your team did a fantastic job. The working group did a fantastic job. Senator Brennan, I appreciate your work on this as well. So thank you very much for bringing us a piece of legislation that has all parts interested agreeing, which never happens, and moving it forward. But thank you, Lacey.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions or comments for the department at this time? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, next up, we'll have members of the working group. Feel free to come on down. And welcome. Please introduce yourself for the record and maybe just describe who all was involved with the working group, if you can. Give a brief summary and then a little bit about your work. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bobby Frank on behalf of Wyoming's 21 credit unions, serving 336,000 Wyoming citizens. We were a member of the working group. I want to extend our appreciation specifically to Lacey and the department for leading and facilitating that effort. I think we've been meeting for probably right at a year or so. The interests represented in the working group, and hopefully I don't miss anybody and these gals can correct me, but we had several representatives of the insurance industry. We had salvage yards, auction yards, and I think you have a couple letters from those folks that participated in the working groups, the Bankers Association, the credit unions, truckers, auto dealers, insurance. So it was a great broad representation, including our county treasurers and our county clerks who are so key to this process. I'm going to be very brief, Mr. Chairman, just tell you we are thrilled with the bill. We appreciate LSO's work on it. The credit unions are very grateful to you for taking this and moving it forward to help streamline and bring efficiencies to the titling process in Wyoming. We believe moving this direction will address a lot of the issues we encounter with titling currently, and it will be a cost savings and bring tremendous efficiency. I do want to note that at your last committee meeting, you did request some examples of costs from other states. That's included in the materials provided to you from WYDOT on what other states' transaction fees cost. It is difficult to kind of compare those because everybody's a little different on how they structure that. Most of them are fee-based costs, and I'll let Lacey speak to that in more detail if you have questions. I did spend quite a bit of time with some of our titling staff with the credit unions and did obtain copies of what fees they're paying for transactions in other states. We are looking at a comprehensive system, so that will be slightly different. Anticipate the fee may be higher, but that's because we'll have the best system in the country.
Mr. Chairman,
you are the chair.
I am. Well, you're chairman too, Chairman. Just you go into a little more detail. Who's paying those fees? Is it the consumer, the people buying, selling vehicles? Is it the credit unions, banks, counties? Who's paying the fee?
All of the above, depending upon who's conducting the transactions. So it could be all of those, because the intent is if you have a dealer transaction, a finance transaction, the dealers, the financial institutions will pay those fees. But you could also have a private party to private party transaction. They would pay those fees. I did ask our credit union yesterday specifically, would this be passed on to the consumer? And the response was, it just depends.
Okay, Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you give an example? Say someone goes and buys a vehicle at a used car lot or a new dealership. Could you give an example of how these fees are going to be paid as this title makes its way through the system? Let's say in that particular case.
I will give you my perception based on the vendor presentations that the working group received from 4 different vendors. with the caveat that some of the other states, as I mentioned at the last meeting, their electronic titling program consists of an electronic title being held and a lien being released. We're talking about from the very beginning, cradle to grave. So an auto dealer sells you a car. They're going to go in and upload the documents. They're going to pay a transaction fee for that action. If it's a financed vehicle, then the financing entity is going to get a ding. It's time for us to do our part, upload our security agreement, et cetera. We're going to pay that fee for that transaction. If it's private party to private party, they will pay. It will also facilitate payment of sales tax registration, which of course the customer will pay that component. I hope that answers your question. In part, it's hard to answer because until we goes through the RFP process, selects a vendor, because some states charge a lump sum fee to register. Then there's transaction fees. Some states, it just varies how it's done. I can tell you the examples that we provided that are in your memo. Those are from states that have electronic titling. So each time a credit union files a lien, that charge ranged from 75 cents to $6 across those varying states.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up, just to be more clear, if we're talking about a dealership and you're buying a vehicle, I assure you the customer's paying that cost of whatever that document is, right? In a way, right? Because they're going to get charged by the dealer through a doc fee or whatever fee. So I think it has some relevancy on the cost because it's going to be the consumer is going to be the person paying this, even through an institution, you're going to cover your fees. I just wanted to be clear to understand that it's all going to be paid by the customer. One way or the other, they're going to get dinged for it. Especially when it comes to the dealership, for a document fee. Did you, this is a question. Did you come up with a recommended fee amount? You know the other states and what they charge, or is it too soon to come up with that number because we don't know the real costs of the implementation, let's say, of the service? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, we think it's premature and believe that it's appropriate for WYDOT to have that rulemaking authority to establish that fee once they get through the RFP process.
Mr. Chairman.
And just, okay, go
So,
ahead.
I
Go ahead,
apologize.
yeah.
I was just, if I may add a little bit to that, Bobby's answer into that question. If you'll refer to the memo from the e-title working group and the flow chart from the e-title working group, we did reach out to the 4 vendors that provided us a demonstration of how this type of system would work and asking for a cost estimate based on the type of system that the working group envisioned the state having, which is kind of laid out step by step in the flow chart that the working group provided. So in the flow chart that the working group provided, it lists out each piece or each step in a transaction, each type of transaction, and the interfaces it would take along the way for the type of system that we're looking at. And we requested from the vendors if they could give us a estimate of what it would cost to implement a system like this solely based on transaction fees, not upfront costs for development or anything like that. So on the memorandum that the working group provided to you, the first table listed on that sheet, that is kind of, that is a compilation, I guess, of what those vendors gave us as an estimate of what each transaction would cost in a system that's solely funded by transaction fees for what the working group laid out in this flow chart. So if you look, their estimate, which obviously it's just an estimate, this is just rough numbers that they were able to give us based on our flow chart. A lien filing or activation would be $15 transaction fee in their system. A lien release would be $10. Was the average from the vendors that were able to provide us that type of an estimate. And then a title transfer, 25 to 50, depending on what type of title transfer was involved there. And then registration transaction fees. Now, these transaction fees would fund the development, implementation, and maintenance of the system. This would be in addition to what's already in existence in statute that goes to the counties for a title fee, that goes to the counties for a lien filing fee, and of course, the county portion and state portion of registration fees. So hopefully maybe that table would answer that question a little more specifically. That's the best numbers we have at this point until we would get into an RFP and actually get some vendors to provide bids and know more specifically what that would cost. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I have a question with dealing with the language in the bill. It says that, you know, individuals not normally engaged in the business of financing vehicles. It seems like we still leave an option. They don't have to use the e-tiling system. They can do a paper copy. So in that circumstance where you talk about a private transaction doesn't involve a dealer, those individuals would still have a chance to do it the old way, I guess. Is that correct? And that as a result, they would not be paying this fee. Is that a correct assumption?
Mr. Chairman, yes. The intent is if you don't want to go on the system and can sell your car to Chairman Brown via the system, you would still be able to go to the county clerk's office and go through that process as you can today. The clerk will use the system, but you wouldn't have to do it yourself. And Mr. Chairman, I did compile some data from our credit unions. If you remember correctly, last time when we were in Rock Springs, I shared with you what the Trona Valley Credit Union had for titles. We do an economic survey every 2 years, and we're currently still collecting some of that data, but of the 7 that responded, just to give you a frame of reference for cost and why credit unions are so interested in advancing this is because it will, in our opinion, be more efficient and reduce costs for the members of the credit unions overall. For 7 credit unions, between postage, courier, etc., they're spending over $230,000 in titling transactions. So even with the fee-based system, it'd be more efficient.
That's really important, I think, for the committee to understand, in addition to when we think about the impact on our constituents, which is, you know, that's our job as part of the working group, I guess, and make sure that they still have the option. They don't have to pay the fee and use the system if they don't want to. They can still do the paper copy method. It's the folks who are part of the working group, the industries that were represented in the working group for which this is going to be, I guess, mandatory, right? And they're okay with paying the fee for the reasons that you do, in part to the reasons you state. It's actually saving them money as opposed to postage and all other headache associated and cost associated with the paper copy. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. And outside of the cost savings, just service to members. Currently under today's system, when, say, an auto dealer sells the car to the member, our folks don't know when that paperwork goes to the county. So this system will facilitate notification. Hey, we sent the paperwork to the county, so we know that it's down there. Right now, our folks toggle it on a calendar. They call, find out if the county's received the paperwork, then they do their part of it. If they mail their packet to the county and the county finds an error, the county mails that packet back to our folks to fix those errors, and it goes back. We often run into folks wanting to get their plates and licenses, and troubles with where exactly in the process are those titles. So I just think there's a whole host of efficiencies. And again, ultimately, it benefits the members of the credit union when we can gain efficiencies in the process.
Another question on page 3, line 9, no vendor shall charge any fees to the state or counties. Is that a new concept? Or is that a status quo with our current system? And anybody, maybe that's a better question for YDOT or the county clerks, but I'm just wondering if anybody knows that off the top of their head.
Mr. Chairman, the intent there was that this type of a system would be funded by transaction fees, that there would not be any upfront costs for implementation or development or interfacing onto the counties using their own systems where they house their data and issue their titles from, but that their systems would interface with this system, the system that the department has at the point where this would take effect, if it should, would interface also with this electronic titling system. And so there would not be any fees charged to the department or to the counties for those interfaces by the vendor, that the vendor would be made whole through those transaction fees. And that was the intent when the working group talked to this in June, that it would hopefully be able to be completely transaction based so that there wouldn't be any burdensome costs towards the counties in the interfaces. Thank you.
Okay, and that is limited to the subsection that house. So, okay, cool. All right, any further questions, committee? Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. How does, I assume this will benefit banks? Right, is that, okay, I just wanted to clarify that they would be of a benefit to them. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for the working group?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Marcia Allen, the Wyoming Automobile Dealers Association. I just wanted to echo what you just heard from both. It will also benefit the dealers and their customers in similar ways that it will the lenders. As far as the transaction fees, if it's passed on, that's going to be an individual basis to dealers. Some will absorb it, some may pass it on. But at this point, we really don't know what those fees are going to look like from the dealer world. And I did go out and do my homework as the committee requested at their last meeting too on fees. They, for the interface, most of it, from what I can determine from talking to my counterparts in other states, is it's a subscription fee to the dealership to interface with their dealer management systems, the DMS. So, and that is all over the board. They were hesitant to give me numbers because of antitrust issues is the answer I got back, because we were also speaking about vendors and who played in that field. So the range was anywhere from $100 to $250 a month to interface from those vendors, but that's the dealers. And it doesn't matter how many transactions are in that subscription. So theirs weren't, unless they were doing title work for an out-of-state transaction, it's more monthly subscription than actual per transaction fee is how they would cover that cost.
And would there be a similar dynamic as we heard with the credit unions? Would there be cost savings associated with not having to deal with paper titles, postage and so on? Would there be cost savings to your members as well?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. Some of them actually hire an employee and their job is to stand in line all day to deliver the paperwork in some counties. And it's a very long day for that person. I would really dislike that job because they're also limited to the number. So they'll go up to the line, head of the line, deliver the paperwork, go back to the end of the line, deliver some more paperwork. That's their job every single day. And it was because their postage costs and some of the other things. So it's just more efficient. So yes, they will have savings there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if it's pertinent or not, but flooring companies for flooring vehicles, would they benefit from knowing that a vehicle, I mean, if it's electronically in the system, because we've had there's been issues I'm aware of that people are gaming the flooring companies in a way that, you know, probably they wouldn't like by flooring more than one vehicle with more than one flooring company, or, you know, a vehicle that's multiple floored. Would they have access to this information data to track these titles and the vehicles themselves? I guess that's my question.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb, the intent for access to each type of transaction in this system would be a direct party to that transaction. So initially, the dealer selling the vehicle, the purchaser, obviously, the lien holder, the county's clerks and treasurer's offices would all have direct access to that record. In your question where you're talking about a floor planner who has lent money to the dealership in order to purchase their inventory, that there are definitely circumstances where that floor planner needs to know if that vehicle's been sold and but not titled yet. And so in my mind, that would be a situation just like any other legal situation where if that floor planner needed to discover whether that specific vehicle or 5 or 6 or 10 vehicles that they've floor planned for a particular dealership had been sold or not, they could complete a privacy disclosure release requesting that information covered under the Driver Privacy Protection Act, and they would be able to obtain that information from the department through similar process as a title search more efficiently, because currently in the system that we have now, if a floor planner wanted to find out if a dealership had sold vehicles or a vehicle that they had floor planned, the department wouldn't know that until that title had actually been issued. But in a system like this, if that floor planner had a legitimate purpose under DIPA to request that information and sent that request to the department, we could search that in an electronic titling system and we could tell, yes, that vehicle's been sold. Title hasn't been issued yet. It's pending within the process. So that floor planner would have more instant access to whether that vehicle been sold. Thank you.
Yeah, just to follow up real quick. It's a little more nefarious than that. It's multiple floor planners flooring the same vehicle and people using that to leverage money. That is really the circumstance that we had locally being dealt with. And I just want that. So I think you're saying it would help.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb, yes, in that particular type of a situation, it would be helpful for the multiple floor planners to request that information under DIPA to confront that or deal with that situation before it got later in the process. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, committee, for the working group? Okay, appreciate your work. I think that's a good stopping point for now. And we'll pick up this topic in a little bit. I hope you don't mind the interruption, but we do have lunch that's just been delivered, and it looks like we have our folks who are going to talk about the RUC road usage charge. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break if that works for everybody. And then we'll come back at 12:05. We'll learn about road usage charges. Then after we're done with that, we'll go ahead and get back into our working group with e-tiling. grab what you need. You need to take another trip up to get some sandwiches. Go ahead and do that. We'll get started in about 1 minute. Okay, folks, let's go ahead and find our seats, finish up your conversations. We're gonna get to our 12 o'clock topic, talk about road usage charges. So we have some folks representing the Reason Foundation who are here. I'd like to invite them to come forward and come up to the presentation table. And feel free just to introduce yourself and move forward with the presentation. Committee, this is informative. I don't think we're going to be taking any action on the idea of a road usage charge here today, but this is something that is happening potentially at the federal level. I think it's important that we're aware of it, and I appreciate. I think Senator Pappas had quite a bit to do with getting the presenters here today. So thank you for your leadership on this, Senator. And let's just have a nice informative luncheon, and we'll learn about road usage charges. So welcome, sir. Please introduce yourself for the record and proceed with your testimony. Oh, microphone, please.
All right, let's try now. Thank you very much for inviting us to present. My name is Baruch Feigenbaum. I'm the Senior Managing Director of Transportation Policy at Reason Foundation, which basically means I oversee our transportation program. And today we're going to be discussing road usage charges, which is an alternative moving forward to the gas tax to make sure that there's funding for highways in the system. And I want to turn it over to my colleague, David Morgan. Go ahead and introduce himself.
Yes, thank you. Senator Pappas, thank you for the opportunity. Chairman Bonner, David Morgan, I do legislative affairs with Reason Foundation. I will do the first 7 slides, and then the guru, the expert, Baruch Feigenbaum, will take it from there. Shall I? Okay, thank you. So I will be going through this packet, but it's also there. Slide 1. America has an imminent transportation crisis, and policymakers, for the most part, are ignoring it. That's if you look at slide 2, I'm a former teacher, so forgive me being a bit interactive right here. I'll start with Senator Pappas. The picture on the left, can you tell me what tragedy that was that took place in our country? Hurricane Katrina. In that particular tragedy, unfortunately, there were over 1,800 lives lost. And after the tragedy, it is estimated that it cost $125 billion to rebuild that situation, lack of a better term. And what I submit to you is that they always knew the challenge were the levees. That wasn't a secret. That wasn't some, out of the sky situation, but there was not enough action around it to stop that tragedy from happening. And since I had the good pleasure of just you being so friendly and nice to me, Chairman Bonner, the second tragedy that we see there is
9/11.
9/11. Anybody want to take a guesstimation how much it took our country? How much that cost our country? But I want to take a wild guess. $2 to $3 trillion with a T. Unfortunately, there were almost 3,000 lives lost in that tragedy. Now, the truth of it, the politics of it is that The Clinton administration was pointing the finger at the Bush administration. The Bush administration was pointing the finger at the Clinton administration about what intelligence did we have? What did we know? That's kind of beside the point. The larger point is that since that we have created the Department of Homeland Security. Where my mind goes is, what if we had had the Department of Homeland Security prior to that tragedy? Would it have stopped it? Well, I don't know. That's conjecture, but the larger point is when we ignore major challenges, unfortunately, the consequence is so dire that we all grieve from it. Slide 3. The proof is in the pudding. This is not just, these are things that are research. The fuel tax has lost 50% of its purchasing power over the last 30 years. Second point that I wanted to submit is that the fuel tax it's no longer a reliable funding mechanism because of the increase in the number of electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, and this last part that's really, really important, the improving fuel efficiency of conventional vehicles. The empirical data on slide 4. You're going to see a couple of slides in the next couple of pages. Average fuel efficiency of U.S. light duty vehicles and Wyoming gasoline sales tax from 2012 to 2022. In 1980, if you're looking at slide 5, page 5, it's corporate average fuel economy of new vehicles. In 1980, it was just under 15 gallons for light duty vehicle. Sorry. In 2022, it's almost 24. It's almost 25 rather. That improvement means that we're not able to use the fuel tax the way it has been used in the past. And slide 6, if you look at Wyoming, annual gasoline sales in millions of miles. Of course, the year 2020 was an anomaly because of COVID. But even if you just look at 2019 to 2022, in terms of gasoline sales, it's been a precipitous drop. And these are things that we have to address. The final slide, I will go through the agenda that Baruch will cover, and then I will yield. Summary of the presentation, other highway funding options, road user charger concerns. We do want to talk about the concerns. Privacy, rural urban, multi-state, what might a state pilot look like, federal pilot, how to conduct a pilot, immediate next steps, and question and answers. So at this point, just giving an overview, I'll now turn it over to Baruch so that he can take us home.
All right. Well, thank you very much, David. And yeah, just to reiterate quickly a couple of the things. So the fuel tax has been effective for 100 years. It's been around for 100 years. Oregon introduced it in 1919. It was in all states within about 5 years. But as David mentioned, because of the challenges with internal combustion engines, electric vehicles, and hybrids, it's no longer reliable, especially going forward. And that's why I say a new long-term funding source is really needed. I liken the fuel tax to a rock star on his farewell tour, in that for about the past 10 years, people have been saying, well, we need to do something, we need to do something. And, you know, the rock star has been around for a while, he's been great in his prime, everyone came, but reached the age and you're like, wow, why is that, 75-year-old still on tour? And that's kind of where we are. And eventually that 75-year-old is not going to be able to keep touring. And we're going to need another option. And we don't have a new band queued up. So let's talk a little bit about growth in gasoline sales nationally. David mentioned it in Wyoming, but I just want to show that it's, that's not an anomaly. It's not anything that's happened, over the past 5 years that might not happen again. We had continuous growth from 2012 to 2019, as the chart on the right shows. And then, of course, COVID. But For 2022, which is the last year we have full info for, vehicle miles traveled increased by 2.75%. So there's growth. People are traveling more. Wyoming people are traveling more, but the gasoline used basically was flat. It was 0.12%. And comparing 2019 and 2022, gasoline sales are actually lower by 4.4%, which is a pretty significant number in only a 3-year period. It's a little better on the diesel side because of tractor trailers not having some of the efficiency gains, but they will get there as well. And the data for 2023 and 24 and predictions for 2025 shows basically the same thing. So the next slide shows these estimates of the U.S. light vehicle EV shares. And the honest answer on EVs is we really don't know. People come in and they're like, it's going to be, we don't know. And the reason is because we see an increase and then something happens, like the problem with charging stations right now for folks who don't own a Tesla, and then sales drop. And then there's another gain in technology, and then if something happens. So I think it's going to be like that. And so that's why we have the different shares. But I would point out that even with the sort of 2021, which is the lowest penetration of EVs, you can still see them up close to 10% by 2050, and the mid share is up to 30%. And the point is, of course, if all of these vehicles are all electric, they're not paying fuel tax. And so we need some type of solution for that. The next chart shows the comparison of total U.S. fuel sales forecasts. And this is, again, looking at the high-level EVs, mid-level, and even, sort of a nominal with no changes, which is obviously not going to happen. There's always going to be some level of change. And even with the low level, we see fuel sales decreasing for all vehicles. With the low level of EVs, fuel sales are decreasing. And then finally, we looked at the fuel tax revenue, and this is combined annual state and federal fuel tax revenue with the mid-level EV penetration. And again, different scenarios, but basically, even with the low case scenario, you're talking about fuel tax revenue that's flat. And then we've also got to deal with inflation. So the picture is not great. Finally, these other two charts just show, again, a little bit more illustration of the fuel tax being flat, some of the modeling that went into it. I should say, now retired from CDM Smith, Ed Regan, helped us out with this presentation, so I shall give him a little credit. Ed will be very happy. I want to mention some other contributing factors. So according to Wyoming's Economic Analysis Division, the total resident population grew to 584,000. Now, that's obviously still not the number of people that are in a state like California or Texas, but the point is that the population is growing, even if it's, a relatively small level of growth. And with this small level of growth and economic growth, there's a need for more transportation spending. And I can tell you, driving on I-80 yesterday from some western parts of the state, it was quite congested. I was rather surprised. So the other challenge we have is construction inflation, which has been 7%. We all know inflation's bad. You go to the grocery store, it increased from last week. Construction inflation has been higher than core inflation. It will go down, as we think all inflation is, but it's more volatile than core inflation. So that means it tends to shoot up and down, which makes building and maintaining transportation assets challenging. And unlike the last 20 years where it has been relatively low, we think for the next 20 years, inflation is going to be at a higher level, unfortunately. So we're talking about road usage charges, but how did we arrive at this option? Because there's a lot of different options. And I want to say about 15 years ago, AASHTO, which is the Association of State DOTs, sort of the trade group for departments of transportation, which YDOT's a member of, looked at a bunch of different options. And one of them they looked at was general fund transfers. And the challenge here is that these are not necessarily reliable. They're not necessarily dedicated. They must compete against other priorities. And so I'm not saying it's something not to do. I'm just saying it's something we don't want to base the transportation system on because it's not a reliable, consistent revenue source that can be bonded against. Other states have looked at sales taxes. This is popular in areas that do mass transit. The challenge with sales tax is that it has to fight with other economic areas such as education. And during economic downturns, it's not consistent. And so it's not really a great source for transportation because from a political perspective, transportation is not going to be the first choice for these different options. We also looked at tire taxes, weight distance fees. Maybe Colorado will pay for it. They're not doing a great job paying for their roads right now in terms of they're really bumpy. But anyway, we'll leave that out of it. I don't want anyone from Colorado to come after me. The other one, which we have also as Reason Foundation did a little bit about, and I know there was some preliminary work looking at potentially tolling I-80, is that it's a good option for limited access highways, which is interstates and other freeways. And where it's federally allowed, because there's some federal prohibitions and you have to get some permissions to do it, it's a very interesting option and it should still be on the table, but it's not realistic on other roads, Wyoming state highways, US numbered highways, which are the vast majority of lane miles in the state. All right, so that's how we got to road usage charges as being a promising option. And I will tell you right now, we in transportation are not great at marketing because we call them road usage charges, we call them road charges, we call them vehicle miles traveled fees, we call them mileage-based user fees. We need to get our act together because we're just making it confusing. But those are all the same thing. And road usage charges, in our view, would be for electric, hybrid, and conventionally powered vehicles. They would be per mile driven. The state rate is typically 2 cents to 2.5 cents, probably actually a little bit lower in Wyoming based on what the fuel tax is right now. I will say that heavy duty trucks such as tractor trailers would pay a higher rate. Most folks have settled on sort of 4 times higher. Tractor trailers typically wear out highways at 1,000 times more than cars. The challenge is, of course, they bring goods that we all need. And so we need sort of a middle ground, which is not going to get anyone upset, a middle ground that everyone can live with. And that's why 4 is the number of toll roads also used 4 times. And so is this some sort of new, crazy idea that nobody's come up with or nobody's studied, nobody's done, nobody's implemented? And the answer is no. There were 2 national commissions, one almost 20 years ago, it's hard to believe, that studied different transportation options and recommended road usage charges. There are more than 30 states across the country that have conducted pilots, including Colorado and Utah. There are 2 multi-state coalitions, the Eastern Transportation Coalition and RUC America. And YDOT's actually a member of RUC America and has looked at a couple of the pilots that they have done, some of the interstate work. And then there's 4 states that have permanent programs: Hawaii, Oregon, Utah, and Virginia. And the Utah is, I think, a pioneer in this area of the country in terms of going ahead and getting a pilot done. And I'm going to talk a little bit about them in a few slides. So just to detail in a little bit of detail, but not too much, the other state pilots, Virginia looked at, because there's a lot of different options of these road usage charges. So Virginia looked at how do we communicate with the public? What choices can we do? What regional cooperation? Because we have, obviously, states in the East Coast are smaller. Oregon looked at privacy, which is obviously a real issue I'll get to in a little while. Communications choice. Ohio looked at education. Oklahoma looked at tribal lands, since they've got a large number of Native American reservations, and collecting fuel tax there is different. And so Minnesota looked at the urban-rural dynamic, which is important. And so there's many different aspects of it. So there are 4 states, as I mentioned, with the permanent program. And so Virginia has what's called a mileage choice program, where they charge a road usage charge. Either people can sign up with an odometer reading, and that means typically once a year at state vehicle inspection or when they're having their car repaired, that information is collected. There's also an inboard system using a non-GPS enabled and a GPS enabled device that goes ahead. All of this is done via a private account manager. This is not collected by the government, by a state, by a county, or at the federal level. And Virginia's program is open to vehicles that get 26 miles per gallon or more. And the carrot they had to induce drivers to enroll in the program was they actually charge a little bit less than if you were paying a fuel tax. They charge 95% of the rate. And their program now has more than 30,000 vehicles or drivers enrolled. Oregon is a similar program to Virginia with a private account manager. They are open to all vehicles. They have a limited enrollment of fewer than 1,000, and there's some reasons. I mean, Oregon's a smaller state population. There's also been some things they could have done better. They have plans over the long term to make it mandatory. Utah right now has a program just for electric vehicles. They are looking to lower the collection costs and expand it to hybrids and all vehicles, but that is a work in progress right now. Hawaii has one with electric vehicles that will expand to all vehicles by 2032. Right now, they have one way of collecting it, but they will have at least 3 when it's expanded. And then Vermont is basically just an electric vehicle program. So, and I realize, let me take a step back here and just, mention what a mileage base or a road usage charge is. So how it works is you pay for the miles that you drove. So unlike the fuel tax where you go to the pump and you pay an amount that's probably not real clear because you would have to calculate how many gallons and exactly what the fuel tax is, with a mileage-based user fee system, you would pay for the miles driven. And right now, we're recommending a system that is flat, which means it's the same regardless of the geography, regardless of the congestion. There's a lot of people that have looked at whether we could do some type of congestion, probably not a problem in Wyoming, or some type of different fees for vehicles. We're not recommending that right now. So let me get to some of the common concerns, because that's probably what's sort of popped into your minds. So the first one is privacy. So RUCs cannot be used to monitor my location. The concern is RUCs can be used to monitor my location. And the reality is they cannot be, because they use GPS, which by itself is a one-way collection device. In order to monitor location, there'd have to be a separate technology that is paired with the GPS. And nobody is doing that, and nobody's planning to do that, because obviously that would be a very bad idea. So the GPS system by itself cannot track the location.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have numbers on how many people have moved into this where 95% of them have done it? But I know one of the problems we had with this a couple of years ago when we were talking about it was the very thing you were just suggesting. Nobody wants to know where I am on a Friday night, or my wife doesn't need to know where I am on a Friday night. But if on the odometer, it shows that I traveled 350,000 miles. So on my odometer each year, I can pay for that price, right?
Yes.
That's what you're getting at, right?
Yes,
Do
absolutely.
you have a figure on how many people are going with option number 1, just the odometer?
Right now, it's actually the smallest number. I would say it's about 25, but I think it could grow because right now people are self-selecting into the pilots. So if the pilot was for everybody, I suspect the number on the odometer would grow somewhat, but right now it's the lowest number. All right, so another concern is that rural residents are going to pay more than with the fuel tax because they travel further. And in general, and I want to stress in general here, rural residents would actually pay less because they have a higher share of trucks, F-150s or bigger, that don't have that great fuel efficiency, and also in general, older vehicles. And this was actually, when we did the research, this was very surprising to us because we thought that it would be the other way around, but it actually wasn't when we looked at the vehicle fleet overall. And then there's concern with equity, which is this concept is unfair to low-income residents with older vehicles. Again, older vehicles generally would pay less. So we found this was basically a wash, across the board from an equity perspective overall. Double taxation is an obvious concern. We see road usage charges as a replacement, not a supplement to the fuel tax. In the fuel taxes that have been done throughout the country, if they were They were what we call actual pilots. The fuel tax was refunded to participants. Some of them were simulations, in which case no money was actually collected, and therefore it wasn't a double taxation as well. All of the states doing it right now, Virginia, Utah, Hawaii, and Oregon, refund the fuel tax. So there's not double taxation. And then cost of collection, which is something that is a bit of a challenge. Initially, it is higher than the fuel tax. The fuel tax is notoriously low to collect, probably between 2 to 3% with evasion. This, with scale, we think can get to 5%. 5% is not 3%, obviously, but that's still an improvement from where we are now, and also relatively low considering some of the other options that could be done. I would also note it's important to work with vendors. Some of the larger vendors have lower collection costs because they have efficiencies. So the vendor that is chosen is very important as well. All right, so who should be interested in a road usage charge pilot? So I like to say that if you think road usage charges are the best thing that you've ever heard of, you should, like this guy on the left here, you should be interested in a road usage charge pilot because it will show that you are correct. And if you think that road usage charges are the worst thing that you've ever heard of, like this guy on the right, who's clearly having a bad day, then you should support a pilot because it's going to show that as well. We don't really know how these things work until we test them. Research reports and simulations are great, but they're not the real world. We need real world testing. And so just a little bit of information. I know this is early in the stage, but just a little bit of information on what a state pilot would look like should you choose to pursue it in the future. Generally, the total cost is between 2 to 4 million, probably on the lower end here. We recommend a technical advisory committee, and I think it's important sort of in any revenue changes that you're doing to get folks who are concerned about privacy, folks who are rural, folks from the Farm Bureau, obviously members of the legislature and the executive branch, folks from the coal and oil industry, just to get different interests at the table. And then there's a bunch of things that can be explored in a pilot: availability of methods, privacy protections, ease of systems completion, working with truckers, equity, additional driver services that is popular in a few states, such as Virginia, where the concessionaire that they work with provides other information on your vehicle, your vehicle's health, when you need to get oil change, things like that, which tends to have value for some folks. And then more on the state pilot, making it voluntary, no double taxation, and then the advantages of a private vendor. We've also seen for pilots, some states collect the information themselves, but the state DOT or the DMV usually does not have the resources to do that. So it usually turns out more expensive than if you're working with the vendor. All right, I want to briefly mention a little bit on a national road usage charge, because that was in the IIJA, which I think was 2021. It's now 2024. The federal government does not move fast. You don't need me to tell you that. So right now, we have a federal gas tax, a state gas tax. Everybody in Wyoming, in addition to state gas tax, pays 18.4 cent federal gas tax. And so there was a pilot program for $50 million in the last surface transportation bill that would study elements of road usage charge or mileage-based user fees that have not previously been studied. So one of the big ones is interstate travel. Obviously, there's a lot of pass-through travel in Wyoming, something that needs to be considered. Also, collection costs and just coordination among the various states. So right now, the names of the advisory boards are being vetted. I actually believe that vetting has concluded. And so now it's just a matter of getting everything up and running. The pace is slow. We've got an election coming up. I would estimate the program to start in mid to late 2025. So there will be a federal program, but federal and state are different, obviously. And what happens in Washington, you may not necessarily want to copy here. And so that's why there's value in both of them, since obviously something will have to be done with the state gas tax as well. And I talked about the cross-state traffic, the opportunities for all regions, building political consensus. Obviously, that's important. And every state is different. Obviously, Wyoming is not Hawaii or California. So looking at what's best for Wyoming is very important to do. All right. So let me sort of give a brief summary here, and I hope you have some questions for me. But overall, fuel sales are flat in Wyoming with no signs of a significant increase in the future. Construction inflation is high. Electric vehicles and hybrids are a growing part of the problem, but the biggest problem right now is your traditional internal combustion engine powered vehicle. At this time, road usage charges are the most promising option. There could be some other option in the future, I don't know, but at this time, and they are worth studying at both the federal and state level. So let me go ahead and stop there, and then thank you very much for listening, and David and I are happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate the presentation. Once again, thank you for coming all the way to Laramie to talk to us. Committee, any questions on what you heard? Yeah, well, I have one. You mentioned that, semi trucks especially aren't quite seeing the gains in fuel efficiency that passenger vehicles have. Could you go a little bit more detail as to, you have some good data on passenger vehicles. I wonder if there's something similar for semi trailers.
Yeah, I can certainly look to get the exact details, but the reasoning so far has been they fall under different fuel efficiency standards than automobiles. And so far, the improvements haven't been as sharp. Now that is changing with some of the latest numbers. And also electrifying trucks is more challenging than electrifying cars. And so we see fewer electric vehicles in terms of the truck fleet, but that is also coming. So they've been lagging so far, but I think they're going to start catching up within, let's say, the next 10 years.
And just really quick, you think that's due to just the inherent cost savings of having a higher fuel efficiency vehicle, or is there some regulatory change we can anticipate in that time frame?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. I mean, there's certainly regulatory changes that have been, driving fuel efficiency requirements higher, but it's also true that it's a lot. If the cost is not that much more, the fuel savings over the life of the vehicle are really large. I mean, I don't want to say stupendous, but very large. So it's becoming, especially for the larger fleets, the larger owners, much more profitable to get those vehicles that have higher fuel efficiency, even regardless of what the government standards might be.
Representative Oldham, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the odometer reading method, do you see that as a self-reporting method? First of all, and also, how do you deal with mileage in other states, under that regime?
Sure, that's a great question. So we do not see it as self-reporting. We see it as either once a year if there's some type of inspection process your vehicle needs to go to, or when you go to get your vehicle serviced at a mechanic. In terms of other states, right now, that's something that is being studied and something the National Pilot would study. The idea is that the different DMVs, which already participate in different clearinghouses, there's without getting into too much detail, there's Best Pass, there's trucking, there's some various back office options that can be used in order to make sure that you're not paying more in the other states. Because the challenge is we want to make sure we're recording that mileage, but we also want to make sure there's a fuel tax refund if that state still has a fuel tax. So in the interim, it's going to be a little bit challenging. But over the long term, we believe there's some sort of back office options that will make it seamless for the driver. They will receive all of that on one bill.
So I'm just thinking of it in terms of, like in Wyoming, we tend to have lower taxes than other places. Will this drive a conformity that all states basically will be the same state tax in order to be able to essentially, I just can't quite visualize how it works in between states. You start to drive across country and, you hit several states on a vacation, and what in the world happens in that environment?
Sure. So that's a great question. First of all, no, Wyoming will set its own state gas tax. Nobody is trying to tell states what level to set. The idea would be with the clearinghouse, you would pay whatever rate the state is setting, the other state is setting. So if you drive into Colorado, for example, and Wyoming charges 2 cents per mile. Let's say Colorado wants to charge 3 cents per mile. Then for the miles that are driven in Colorado, the DMV or the DOT in Colorado most likely their private vendor, will have that information. That will be shared with a back office system that either the DMV or YDOT uses. And so you would get one bill, let's say per month, with the different mileage that you've driven in the different states.
I'll follow up, Mr. Chairman. And so how do they gather that information? How does Colorado gather that information if I drive to Denver and back to Casper?
So with the odometer reading, it would be challenging to do. That's sort of one of the reasons for the GPS, unless there was another mechanism set up to say at a welcome center, your mileage was recorded. And then when you left the state at the corresponding welcome center, you could also have the mileage reported. But I don't know how many people are going to want to do that. I mean, technically that's feasible. So for the multi-state travel, for people who drive a lot in different states, it might make sense to have one of the more GPS options.
Thank you.
Okay, just a quick follow-up, then we'll get to Senator Pappas. So how's that correspond with one of your previous slides? You said that you don't track the location of the vehicle. How would you track the location without tracking the location if you're going from one state to the other?
Right. So because of the one-way nature of the system, we would know the miles driven in the state, but the data would be anonymized. So there would be some record of the miles driven and some information of where it's available, but the government would not have access to that data. And the private vendor would not have access to where and when you traveled, just the number of miles you traveled in the state. So there is, under that system, you're right, there is some access to that information. The method that has the truly lowest options of those is the odometer reading, but that has the complications with the interstate.
So if I understand that, that's the vendor would make the software such that it'll track which state you're in, but nothing more. And even the vendor wouldn't know exactly where you were, just it'd be on a statewide basis and nothing more than that. Is that the idea?
That's right. I think you said it better than me. Exactly.
All right, thank you. Okay, Senator Pops.
Yeah, thank you for Mr. Chairman. So as you all probably know that I've been tracking this solution for a long time. You know, we've had, I don't know, 3 bills on tolling that have never gone anywhere. And then we did have a bill on road usage charge a few years back. I did participate on the working group that YDOT put together, and we had pretty much everybody at the table at the time. I think, Jerry, you were there for a little bit of it. Yeah, you withdrew. Anyhow, I stuck it out and we did formulate a bill and we certainly realized after, you know, it didn't go anywhere that it couldn't be a solution that just Wyoming would do, right? And although we belong to Ruck America, used to be Ruck West, but now Ruck America, we're dues paying members and we don't really participate much in it. But I've been participating on NCSL Alternative Transportation User Foundation partnership. And so it's a partnership between private sector, NCSL, I believe there's other organizations. I think the International Bridge and Tunnel Association belong and folks that do tolling. Anyhow, we've discussed this for the last 2 years in all the meetings that I've gone to. You know, the transportation revenues, as you saw forecasts, are really dire. And then when you pair them with the cost of the facilities, it's like diverging every year, you know, what we collect and what we're going to have to spend. So we know we have to do something different. There's other methods. There's, as you mentioned, there's congestion pricing, there's cordon pricing, there's other tolling methods. There's Colorado went to a delivery fee. I think this year they made it 27 cents for instance, every package that Amazon package shows up on your door, you get charged 27 cents, and all that goes to the roads because those vehicles are using the roads. That's the idea. But in others, you know, Minnesota's got one as well, I think. But the issue is how. I think the road usage charge will eventually be the way we're gonna go. The national pilot will probably confirm it, hopefully on the national level, but then every state will have to figure out how it's gonna replace its gas tax. And hence all the state pilots. And you see a lot of them have gone that way, and now Hawaii is going to be the first one that's going to mandate it. But it's going to look different, I think, in every state. And the issue is, how do we track those miles? And I've looked at the situations, the different ways that you can actually, you know, give that information. And really, I think the only logical way is going to be with technology. It's going to have to be tracked by a GPS system, because what happens is that even if you don't even leave the state, say you're a farmer and you've got a vehicle, and the only time you're on a public road is when you go 1 mile down the road to go to your next field. But then all of the traffic is on your own private property. You don't want to be taxed for that, do you? No. Right? So it's not just leaving the state. It's leaving the road. So basically all the roads have to be geofenced. And there's got to be a system that knows that you're on the road for this many miles. And the only way that can happen is with technology. Turning in an odometer slip, or having somebody read an odometer slip, or taking a picture of your odometer and sending it in. Really, I mean, there's even coupons. I've seen where you could buy a coupon for 10,000 miles. Yep. And you're good to go. Even those things really don't measure up. I think the system is going to have to be a technology-driven, location-driven system. And what we're fighting on that is the perception of the ruck by the public. Your big brother is watching where I'm going. And that's the hurdle we got to get past. I don't think it's something we're gonna solve. I think some of these other states are going to solve it before we do. And then perhaps maybe we'll fall in line. But I think it's important for us to understand and to hear what's out there and what's going on. And as I said, the last RUC bill, we weren't ready for it. We're not ready for one right now. But I think someday we will be, because I think that's where it's going to go nationwide. So we'll see what the national pilot does and what all these other states do. And hopefully we can come up with a solution for Wyoming.
Representative Melville, go ahead. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't disagree with anything you said. I think that is true. My issue was, I don't think that Wyoming isn't the dog that's going to lead this fight. We're not even the tail that's going to wag the dog. We are going to react to what happens nationwide, and we will have to at some point.
Any further discussion? Committees oh, Director, you want to chime in? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Darren Westby, Director of WYDOT. Just to give you some perspective on miles traveled. In Wyoming, we travel 25.5 million miles per day in Wyoming. That's 9.3 billion miles per year. A Wyoming average citizen drives almost 19,000 miles per year. That's per capita, right? So the next closest state is Alabama at 14,000. The average national miles is basically 10,000. So we're almost double within our little square here per person on the vehicle miles traveled. So just wanted to give you some mileage perspective. And that's all I really.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Westby, do you have any data on legislators traveling miles?
Mr. Chairman, just on you, Mr. Gold, Senator Gold. The big red truck gives it away.
Okay, any further discussion or questions for our presenters here?
I'll just note
Go
one
ahead,
thing.
Ken.
There are some other high tech, maybe low tech, high tech options that folks are looking at. Cell phone, obviously, most people have a cell phone that has pluses and minuses. And most newer vehicles have the technology built in order to do this. But the car dealers don't necessarily want, or the car manufacturers, I should say, don't necessarily want it used for that purposes because they think it's going to reflect negatively on them. But so I will just say there are some other technologies that, are already there that in the future might be viable options.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Any last chance here, committee? Question, comments? Go ahead, Senator Powell.
No, I just want to thank the folks from the Reason Foundation. We met up at some NCSL conferences and they were so kind to come and give an update to us. So I appreciate you taking your time and the expense to come here and providing us this good information. Thank you.
Thank you for affording us the opportunity.
Yes,
Mr.
thank you
Chairman.
very much, Senator. Thank you all.
Oh, go ahead, Representative Berger.
Yeah, just to
He's
add
behind
to miles traveled. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and just to add to the miles traveled. I know in Evanston, we usually compare with Star Valley as the most miles traveled in the country. We're usually one or there two or two, vice versa, that travel the most for activity events in schools. For a football game and track meets and all that. So Wyoming as a whole leads the nation in schools traveling for activities. So it's not like going to a crosstown rival to compete. We are crosstown or across the state rivals, and those who have children in activities and stuff know very well that our children spend a lot of time on those buses, just like legislators.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate everybody. Thank you, gentlemen. Really do appreciate it. Thanks for coming all the way to Laramie and appreciate your efforts. Okay, so we'll go, since we didn't really get lunch, we'll take another little 10-minute break. Get caught up on the agenda. And so we'll just take a tiny little break here. Or unless committee just want to push through? Push through? Okay, we'll take a break, like 10-minute break. There's still lots of food. Anybody else help yourself? Plenty of food left. So feel free to get yourself a sandwich. But yeah, we'll come back at 12:05 or 1:05, excuse me. Okay, we are back on 25 LSO 74. We had just got through the department, the working group. So I have, I think, a good idea of some of the elements at play, all the different groups that are affected by this, which is going to be darn near everybody if they so choose, it seems like. So we'll open this up for public comment unless we missed anything from the working group or the department. Are we good to go for now? Think we covered a lot of ground there. So, okay, we'll open this up for public comment. Please come down here and introduce yourself and proceed with testimony. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Rennie McKay, President of the Wyoming Business Alliance, and the Wyoming Business Alliance is an advocate for businesses around the state, and our main focus is trying to help the businesses of Wyoming grow. And one of our goals to do that is that we support laws that promote modernization and efficiency in government. So always looking to support areas where there's more efficiency, and certainly think that the working group did a great job. Appreciate all your consideration of this issue. But we just think this is helpful to the businesses of Wyoming. Certainly can translate to the old time is money issue, and help take care of that for a lot of businesses that invest in this. So we've got quite a few businesses that own fleets, and we think this would help them, and appreciate your consideration of it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the Business Alliance? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Thanks for being here. Any further public comment? Oh, come on down. Yeah, probably should have had you up there with the working group, Mary. Good to see you.
Mr. Chairman and committee, I am Mary Lankford, and I'm here and have the honor of representing the County Clerks Association. Sorry I wasn't here earlier, should have been here, but we have been the Clerks Association has been an active member in the working group, and we have no comments, and we fully support the draft bill as it's presented at this point. Just a couple points we'd like to make in our appreciation for that. We appreciate the fact that there's no proposed additional cost to the county, the way this bill is presented at this point, and that the effective date will be July of 2027. This date will allow enough time for the completion of the RFP process, time for training on the new system, ensure interoperability of all the partners, and allow upgrades to existing title products that we have in place. Clerks will continue to actively participate in the working process through the RFP process and the new system's implementation to ensure the best possible result. And again, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to work in the working group. And if there are any questions, I'd happy to stand for those, but thanks for the opportunity today.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the clerks? Okay, well, I do appreciate it. I appreciate you highlighting the effective date. That is quite unusual, and I think also gives us a chance, as you work through the process of setting this up, to come back to the committee potentially with any unintended consequences that may arise. And certainly, the committee may have some questions or some requests for updated information as we get closer to that effective date if this bill goes into effect. So thanks for highlighting that. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you. This is a great effort to do it right one time, as opposed to do it over and over again to get to the expected result. So hopefully that's it. We see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further public comment? Anybody online? Okay. Last chance for public comment. Going once, going twice. Public comment is closed. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move the bill.
Okay, move the bill by Senator Kolb, seconded by Representative Nemec. Any discussion, committee? Okay. All right, seeing none, question being called. Let's do a roll call.
This is a roll call vote to sponsor 25 LSO 0074. electronic loo and titling system. Senator Brennan. Aye. Senator Furphy.
Aye.
Senator Kolb.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Berger.
Aye.
Representative Nemec.
Aye.
Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Representative Obermueller.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Smith.
Aye.
Representative Stivar.
Aye.
Representative Wiley left an absentee vote of aye. Co-chairman Brown left an absentee vote of aye. Chairman Boner,
Aye.
14 ayes, 0 nos.
Okay, thank you, committee, for your work on that one. Next up, we have 25 LSO 75 vehicle accident reporting amendments. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Talise Hanson, Staff Attorney LSO, presenting Bill Draft 25 LSO 0075 version 0.5 Vehicle Accident Reporting Amendments. This bill draft was requested at the committee's June meeting based on YDOT's recommendations. So I'll start by walking through the bill draft. Section 1 begins on page 1, lines 7 and 8. The first statute amended is Wyoming Statute 31-5-1105, which currently requires drivers of a vehicle involved in an accident resulting in injury or death of any person and property damage to an apparent extent of at least $1,000 or more to provide notice of the accident to the local police department. The changes on page 2, lines 3 through 6 removes the $1,000 or more language. Therefore, under the bill draft, a person would have to provide notice of the accident to the local police department if the property damage is to the extent that the vehicle is so disabled as to prevent its normal and safe operation. The second statute amended is Wyoming Statute 31-5-1106, which currently requires a police officer to complete an accident report if the total property damage is to an apparent extent of $1,000 or more. The change on page 2, lines 19 through 22 removes the $1,000 requirement. Therefore, under the bill draft, a law enforcement officer would be required to submit an accident report if the total property damage is to the extent the vehicle is so disabled as to prevent its normal and safe operation. Section 2 on page 3, line 5 provides an effective date of July 1st, 2025, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions on the bill draft? Okay, thank you for that. Relatively straightforward. Does anybody from YDOT want to come and provide additional testimony and just go over the, the reason for the bill, remind the committee, just give a broad overview, why is this important? How's it going to help?
Chairs, members, good afternoon. Appreciate being here. The impetus for this bill was to really focus the efforts of our peace officers statewide in crash investigation and eliminate some of the crash investigations, specifically, I say crash reports for crashes that are single or multiple vehicle where there's very little damage. And that really helps us to get back in service. Perfect example, I think in 2023, there was a total of WHP investigated crashes, about 13,500 total crashes. Of that number, property damage accidents, there's almost 11,000. So you can see that breakdown. How many of those would qualify under this refinement to this bill? I don't know, but it certainly would get our peace officers back in service. There would still be recordation of the crash in that every agency has a computer-aided dispatch system. So there would be recordation of the event, the officer that responded. And most agencies redundantly put in case notes in their CAD as well. But this does only allows this if the vehicle can, under normal operation, or safely be driven from the scene. The amendments were particularly well done.
Representative O'Hearn.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Colonel Cameron, did you say 11,000 of those were driven away safely? So that you would have only had to sit there and do a real crash report for 2,500?
So there was property damage only in 10,982 crashes. That's just for WHP. I can't tell you how many of those vehicles could be safely driven, because there's some property damage only that vehicles are incapacitated.
Okay, Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, when I first read this bill, I thought it was, I guess, I think maybe something that I was hoping that I would see. Would this take care of the situation where a municipal police officer takes 20 days, 30 days to come up with an accident report? Because as I read the statutes, that it was changed at one point in time on the reporting period that they were required to report. Would this have any effect on a local municipality reporting an accident, you know, say it's meets the threshold for the report?
Mr. Chair, Senator Kolb, in my opinion, I think it was certainly expedite property damage only crashes. The more complicated crashes, I know what our standard is, and we sometimes it's a challenge for us to meet the fatal accident requirement or the personal injury accidents. Property damage only accidents tend to be pretty simple, but they're still time consuming.
Follow up. And then I was really referring to the statutory change we had a few years ago that took away the onus upon them to have a report done in a certain time period that is no longer present, I guess. So is there, this might be the opportunity to put this in here, to add this, to amend it, to make these municipalities have to cough a report up in 10 days or a reasonable amount of time. Because right now, I mean, I'll just tell you from personal experience, just hung. City of Laramie just didn't get a report. Month. And I find that, I mean, not for me, but for anybody trying to get a report that they're trying to get a vehicle dealt with the insurance company and they can't get a crash report, you know, because they haven't made a decision yet upon the crash, you know. And I guess my broad question is, does this have anything to do with that? And if not, what do you think about tightening up the statutory requirements like we used to have for reporting?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Senator Cole, the impetus again for this bill was not the submission requirements. I know WHP has policy on the expectation for troopers to submit crash reports, period. Now, there are times, and this is one of the nuances that somehow we'd have to address when you have a particularly complicated fatal or personal injury accident that requires a lot of follow-up. Again, our troopers are submitting those reports or case follow-ups. For county or municipal agencies, I'd be reluctant to comment. I know Mr. Thompson was here, and if he's here, certainly could comment on that. I think this would reduce volume of crash reports pending. So my hope is it would allow us to expedite the fatal, the personal injuries, or those accidents that are significant with damage where vehicles can't be driven safely from the scene.
Good. Any further questions, committee? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We also have the Department of Insurance online, I believe, and go ahead and bring them in. Senator
Mr.
Cole,
Chairman,
thank you.
Jeff Rude is online from the Department of Insurance.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Rude.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I can be heard well there, and y'all have my picture there. So, Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'm Jeff Rude, Department of Insurance Commissioner. We're neutral on the bill. We just wanted to make a couple of points. The first of which is we found about 20 states that have the same $1,000 damage threshold for reporting. The other states range from either nothing or all the way up to $3,000 in damage. The one concern we had involved insurance consumers. We wanted to point out that if there are fewer reports, there will be a negative impact on the consumers. In many cases, I won't say in all cases, but in many cases, we've seen insurers attempt to assign fault to the consumer who really isn't at fault. So you can have an accident, for example, where someone's rear-ended, and fault there would seem obvious, but the insurer will assign roughly 30% of the blame to that consumer by default. And then leave it up to the consumer to prove otherwise. And that's where these accident reports are very helpful. This impacts consumers in two ways. One, their payout is less, and then they also have an accident on their record, and that affects their premiums in the future. So we're neutral on the bill, but what we've seen in the last couple of years from insurers, these reports do benefit the consumers and help them dispel who truly is at fault. By way of an example, I'll share with you, we had a past insurance commissioner get rear-ended on a roundabout. Seems very clear who's at fault there. But his insurer said, well, we think you're 30% at fault. Well, he came to our office, we got involved, we had a consumer rep, and we were able to clear that up. But that's what we're seeing with some insurers. And I just want to pass that on to the committee. Do with it what you will. We're still neutral on the bill, but we wanted to at least make that point. So I will be happy to stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions for the insurance commissioner? Go ahead, Representative O'Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's more for Colonel Cameron. Do you guys put a percentage on whose percentage of fault it is?
Mr. Chair, I believe the question was if we put a percentage on the at-fault driver in a crash, we don't determine at fault. We simply record in our crash report factually what took place, primary, secondary, causative factors. If there is a violation of law, then our troopers will write citations to either one or both, depending on what the situation is.
Follow up. Jim rear-ended Fred. Jim's at 70% fault and Fred's stopped too early and his blinker didn't work. So he's 30% at fault?
We, again, Chairman's Chair, Representative O'Hearn, we don't assign percentages as causative factors. I mean, again, we're no fault, so we don't determine vehicle one was at fault, vehicle two was not. Just simply report factually what occurred. And then that's worked out civilly, is my understanding, amongst the insurance companies and parties involved in the crash.
And so, yeah, Mr. Root, is that, so in the circumstance you described, were those basic facts that as reported by law enforcement, was that what determined or helped out in that circumstance where the insurance company was being unreasonable? And so the reporting of the facts that the colonel's referring to, was that what helped?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it'll say things like, if someone was following too close, it may say that. If someone was going too fast, it may say that. And those are the factors that would play into this.
And Mr. Root is, you mentioned some insurance, carriers that were, where the police report has helped, I guess, in determining those facts. Do you have a rough percentage of how often a police report will make a difference in terms of the overall volume you see through your office? I understand you probably just hear a lot about the complaints, but can you just give us a sense of how big of an impact these reports have in the big picture?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's really hard to say because we don't know the cases that are not reported to us. We're a small state. And so, for example, if I give one particular complaint and then the same complaint a week later, we take note of that. But if we receive 5 or 6 of the same complaint, that's actually pretty concerning statistically, just because of our small population. What we have seen in the last few years is we're probably getting 2 of these complaints a month, which statistically for us is significant, showing that there's something else out there where people aren't reporting to us in addition to the ones we see. But I can't really, estimate that number.
All right, thank you. Any further questions for the insurance commissioner? Okay, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and open up to public comment.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I'm Alan Thompson with WASCOP, the Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chiefs of Police. Many of our members have reached out to me to express their support for this concept. Most of our agencies that we represent are local agencies, police departments and sheriff's offices. We do have a handful of state agencies, but the majority of our police departments and sheriff's offices, a large component of their work is investigating crashes. And the time that it takes to do a 7-page crash report on a very minor, especially single vehicle, but even a simplistic 2-vehicle accident, the amount of time saved putting officers back on patrol by doing away with the requirement to file when there's $1,000 worth of damage, because a door ding in a parking lot could be $1,000 worth of damage with costs today. So there's a lot of support for this concept across the state from the people that I've spoken with. And I also wanted to mention that these agencies do respond to calls for service. So while this bill, if it becomes law, would not require an individual to call unless there's disabling damage or injury or a pedestrian or, those things, people still call the law enforcement, especially when they're involved with another vehicle, because there's oftentimes contention on who's at fault. And while our agency or agencies across the state, none that I know of, establish fault and especially establish percentages of fault. They investigate the incident and the evidence at the scene and determine if a violation of law has occurred. And then they take appropriate action from there. So most people will want that third party person, like the police officer, to investigate and document what evidence was at the scene and what the individual said during that time. I don't see where that wouldn't still occur. That just wouldn't be documented in a 7-page crash report that goes to the state of Wyoming. It would be documented within the policy and procedure of the individual agencies across the state, many of which right now are running that CAD case, but instead of putting the information into the CAD case like they would for like a shoplifting, they'll say refer to state accident report. And then all that information is in the state accident report. And I would argue that our officers that are in small jurisdictions might have one of these crash reports every couple months, maybe a couple of days in the wintertime when the roads are really bad. They might have 3 or 4, clumped together. But that lack of intimate familiarity with that form makes it a very slow process for them, whereas their reports and their investigations are a quick process and they can document the report. And I'm not sure why insurance or private individuals couldn't get a copy of that case report that exists in that agency as a result of this. So I don't see a downside to the consumer, to the officers, to the agencies, to anyone. I think of it as more of a streamlining of documenting these crashes that involved injury and that maybe even involve fatalities. So that is very important to get all of that information in there. And then as I look at the proposed bill, that last page on page 3 says that a written report of the accident to the highway department within 10 days after the investigation is complete. I can't speak to individual agencies and the delay in getting the report to the state, but theoretically, this should reduce workload for officers and thus increase efficiency. So that time frame should come down. But some cases just take a long time to investigate. And I think that's a reasonable demand that after the investigation is complete, we've gathered all the information that we can, then that report needs to be passed on to the state within 10 days. And I'd stand for any questions, sir.
Thank you. Any questions for Wasco? Okay, thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, any further public comment? Check for anybody online. Okay. Okay, now we do have a proposed amendment
Talisa, what's, you just go over that, what the origin of that is?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed amendment in your packet was just something for the committee to consider, as LSO was going through the language of the current statute. It is kind of confusing, and this amendment would just add some subsections and paragraphs to, not changing anything that the bill doesn't do, just clearing up some, making it more streamlined, and it's just something for the committee to consider. That's a policy choice if you would like to do that or not, but just thought the committee might want to have that if they would like.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And that does help. So it looks like you're basically breaking up, especially paragraphs B and C into different subparagraphs. So it's not just one big run-on sentence, basically. Okay. Cool. Okay, so I'll make sure we highlight that, committee. And thank you for that work. Something to consider.
Make a motion to accept that as both amendments.
Okay. Well, we're still in public comment, so but want to make sure we highlight that was out there so the public knows that, make sure I understood it, frankly. Yeah, just want to make sure that everybody understands if we start working an amendment, they know exactly what it is. So, okay, any further public comment? Okay, public comment is closed. Committee, what's your pleasure? Okay, moved by Senator Cole, seconded by Representative Nemick. Any discussion, committee? Okay, Representative Hearn proposes the LSO amendment. Do I, seconded by Senator Pappas. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. That motion carries. Okay, we're back on the bill, committee. Any further discussion? Okay. Question being called. Let's go and do a roll call.
This is a roll call vote to sponsor 25 LSO 0075 vehicle accident reporting amendments as amended. Senator Brennan. Aye. Senator Furphy. Senator Kolb.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Berger.
Aye.
Representative Nemick.
Aye.
Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Representative Obermueller.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Smith.
Aye.
Representative Stivar.
Aye.
Representative Wiley left an absentee vote of aye. Co-Chairman Brown left an absentee vote of aye. Chairman Boner.
Aye.
14 yes, 0 no.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We are on to our final bill draft of the day, 25 LSO 76.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Talise Hanson, staff attorney, also presenting bill draft 25 LSO 0076, version 0.4, highway safety child restraints. This bill draft was requested at the committee's June meeting to resurrect 2023 Senate File 19, highway safety child restraints, which was sponsored by this committee for the 2023 general session. I'll start by walking through the bill draft. Section 1 begins on page 1, line 11 by amending Wyoming Statute 31-5-1303A regarding safety restraint systems. Page 2, lines 7 and 8 strikes his 9th birthday and inserts 9 years of age as a conforming amendment. Page 2, line 16 strikes infancy and replaces it with child safety restraint system. Page 2, lines 17 through 21 adds new language which states the child safety restraint system required by this subsection shall be rear facing until the child reaches either the age of 2 or the weight or height limit specified by the manufacturer of the child safety restraint system. The staff comment on page 3 provides that the committee may wish to consider Whiteout's recommendation presented at the June meeting to change the required age of the rear-facing child safety restraint system from 2 years to the age of 3. Section 2 on page 3, line 12 provides an effective date of July 1st, 2025, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions on the bill draft, committee? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so next up, we have Department of Transportation and or Highway Patrol.
Mr. Chairman, members. Colonel Tim Cameron from Wyoming Highway Patrol. With me is just appearing from Cokeville is Trooper Luke Autry, our subject matter expert on child safety seats. So our request is simple, is to amend the current statute on child safety restraint systems to reflect the current and safest industry recommendations on placement of the seat, ages and weights, et cetera. We're glad to stand for any questions. Specifically, Trooper Autry is glad to stand for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions, committee? Oh, your mic's on, I don't know what you're.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
What, how many children were hurt in accidents between the ages of 2 to 3 that warrant moving this from the age of 2 to 3?
Is your question about the recommendation from YDOT from June from 2 to 3? I'm not sure about any of that. I know that the age 3 limit is a national transportation recommendation guideline. We've always pushed for the max height and weight as a car seat technician to meet the maximum height and weight for the car seat. And then age 2 is what it originally started out with, and now they're kind of pushing for the maximum height and weight. So I don't know how many children have been injured or any specifics like that.
Okay, any more questions, committee? Yeah, well, I have one with just the wording of the bill draft. You mentioned it already. It just mentions the weight or height limit, and generally that's a range between, this many inches and that many inches, this many pounds, that many pounds. And so the way I read the bill, once your child reaches any number within that range, then that would, you'd be in the clear from the, if this bill went into law. But you mentioned you'd want to go all the way to the very upper limit, and just want to make sure I understand. That's why I read the bill right now. I want to make sure you all agree first and foremost, and maybe a little bit of discussion as to why we may consider specifying it to be the upper limit.
Mr. Chairman, my recommendation is to add the word maximum in there before the weight and height limit. I don't know how to properly do that or when that should go in, but that's what it should state is the maximum height and weight limit, because you are correct, because there is a range in there. And once they fall in that range, they could go on to the next stage. But if we put in there the maximum height and weight of that child restraint system, that would keep that under there.
And just a little bit more information as to why that'd be necessary. If the manufacturer says this way is acceptable, why would we say, no, actually it isn't? You need to go all the way to the upper limit.
So going up to the maximum height and weight limit gives that child time to develop more fully. And then, so the manufacturers test the car seats all the way up to that max height and weight. So it will support that limit. And so that just gives the child more time to develop, and so less chances of injuries if he's involved in a crash or something like that.
Would you think there could be a concern with communication with the general public that I can see it now, if they get a ticket, for example, and say, well, I was following the instructions on the child safety restraint, why are you giving me a ticket? And then you have to inform them that the law says, well, actually, you're supposed to go all the way up to the upper before you change it. Or I guess you'd have to look at maybe the previous car seat that they were using, or how would you go and enforce that if they, or would they have to, if they had a kid in a seat that say goes up to 39 pounds and they're, I guess how you see that communication working? Go ahead.
So the type of seats that we're mainly referring to are convertible seats, and they go from rear facing to forward facing. So those height and weight limits would be on that seat, both for forward facing and rear facing. So the way it's written, if we say maximum height and weight specified by the manufacturer, if the child's below the max height and weight or under the age of 2 for the rear facing seat, then there would be a citation. But if they're above that max height and weight or over the age of 2 and they still fall within the forward facing limits, then they could go forward facing.
Mr. Chairman.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Thank you. So is all the manufacturers building their seats to meet these same height and weight standards? I think that's what the chairman's talking about. If you're 39 pounds, is that the manufacturer's child safety restraint maximum limit, or 3 feet 6 inches or whatever? That makes sense? Are they all standardized? Because when I read this, height, weight limited specified by the manufacturer. So if I have a manufacturer by Walmart and it says 62 pounds, and somebody has one manufactured by Walgreens that's 61.5 pounds, I think that's the concern.
Go ahead.
So each manufacturer not standardized. They're pretty close to being the same. But as we're saying is for that child that's in that car seat currently, the labels are printed on that car seat, looking at that car seat, seeing what the max height and weight is for that car seat and going off of that. So the Walmart one could be at 62 pounds. And as long as that kid was under 62 pounds, then he would be fine. If we go to the Walgreens one where it's at 61 pounds and that kid's under 61 pounds, again, he would be fine. So per just the manufacturer's instructions is what we're referring to for the car seats, for the current one that the child's in.
Go ahead, Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trooper, so do you weigh these youngsters and to find out their weight, or do you just take a guess at it? Or I get, and beyond that, I thought you testified prior testimony that you basically try to work with the people first in the vehicle to get them under the right type of car seat for their child. Is that still true or not? And the weighing, how do you know how much they weigh? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So at a checkup event that we do quite often, we would do the height and weight on the side of the road. We don't. We typically ask, either the caregiver would know. If they're kind of close, we go off of that. But that's why we're trying to identify the age of 2, because then we could say, okay, if he's under 2, then he needs to be rear facing. So with that way, we don't have to do the height and weight on the side of the road.
Senator Furphy. Oh, okay. Okay, very good. Okay. All right, very good. Any further questions, committee? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Okay, any public comment on this bill? Everybody in the room, anybody online? Okay, last chance, public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Committee, what's your pleasure? Okay, moved by Representative Nemeth, seconded by Representative O'Hearn. Any discussion? Sorry, I just heard someone over there. So there you go. Any discussion? Oh, it's Senator Cole.
I propose an amendment. The right time? Okay. I think we take the recommendations of YDOT and rename and restate everywhere it's 2 years to 3 years. It happens in numerous places, so I'll make that as a blanket amendment.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
We moved and seconded to strike the age of 2 and insert age of 3. Any discussion? Oh, Representative, oh, sorry. Oh, Senator Brennan. There you go. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be opposed to that amendment, and I will tell you why. Speaking from one who still has children in car seats, I am rather familiar with car seats, what's available out on the market, what isn't available out on the market. And I'm also aware that different children grow at different heights and sizes, even within one family, they can. And as I have pulled up the car seat recommendations for children that has been looked at in recommending this bill from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. There are car seats out there that are forward-facing car seats that are appropriate for children between the ages of 1 and 3. So I'm actually opposed to the 2 years of age. And I'm definitely opposed to the 3 years of age because we can put them in there. And the fact is, we would all be safer to be driving in a car rear facing. That 0 to 1 year of age gives a good year for a child's brain to kind of like grow and expand and fit the head. Because the concern is the brain and the shearing on the brain when you have an impact, and it's different when you're rear facing versus forward facing. But as a child grows, that becomes less of a concern. So I'm opposed to the amendment.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. That amendment fails. Any further discussion, committee? Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We talked about the max height, weight, language change, and I would propose that amendment.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to insert maximum on page 2, line 20 in front of the word weight. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. That motion carries. I think maybe only half the committee voted, but it sounds like it carried. So, all right. So that one carries. Page 2, line 20 will add maximum in front of weight. Any further discussion on the bill, committee?
Question.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote to sponsor 25 LSO 0076, Highway Safety Child Restraints as amended. Senator Brennan.
No.
Senator Furphy. Senator Kolb.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Berger.
Aye.
Representative Nemec. Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Representative Obermueller.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
No.
Representative Smith.
No.
Representative Stibar.
Aye.
Representative Wiley left an absentee vote of aye. Co-chairman Brown left an absentee vote of aye. Chairman Boner.
Aye.
We have 11 aye, 3 no.
Okay, thank you, committee, for that work. We do have one more topic at my request. In our Rock Springs meeting, Highway Patrol did present a topic dealing with our statutes and deal with texting and driving specifically. And and talking to the director, I thought that we might want to have just another look at this one. The idea being that, and this is in my request, like I said, I think that what the proposal was to eliminate the ability to basically enter a telephone number right as you're trying. I think the idea was you can make a phone call, but you know, so if you're typing on your phone to look up somebody's name to make a phone call, that's okay. But if you're sending any other sort of text-based communication, that is not. I guess my question for the committee is, do we want to have a bill draft for our next meeting that would expand that definition, not just text messaging, but you know, with the way that our cell phones are now in particular, you could be watching a movie, you know, while you're driving in theory. You know, you could be watching a YouTube video. You could, yeah, I mean, there's just, we've moved, the technology has moved so far beyond what the original or that bill, what, 12 years ago or so contemplated, that do we want to consider just a broader definition of electronic distraction? And so, and I think we're seeing some discussion. There's all sorts of ways you can be distracted in your vehicle. So I don't know if I just want to bring that up because I thought that the discussion didn't quite match what we had in front of us, and still we don't have necessarily a proposed language. We just want to see if what the committee's temperature is on something like that. You know, if we wanted to make a broader definition, a catch-all definition regarding electronic distractions as a driver, not just text messages, or even bring it broader than that. I don't know. Just want to get the committee's temperature for something like that. Senator Kolb.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think it's something to talk about and to go down that road because things have changed. We might want to add a few other types of distractions in there.
Lipstick and eyeliner, is that we're going to Representative O'Hearn?
Mr. Chairman, it's going to be hard to say what you're doing on that phone. If you're a police officer and the guy's carrying a phone around, was he watching YouTube or did he just quickly say, dial my wife? And that's gonna be it's gonna be hard to track that, I think.
All right, fair enough. So maybe that's a question for Highway Patrol. How do you enforce the current law? How do you determine that somebody was texting and not, putting in somebody's phone number to make a phone call? Is that maybe the reason for the original request?
Mr. Chair, members, thank you for taking this up. We had discussed this before, specific to handheld wireless communication devices or cell phones. Cell phones, as we all know, are much more than cell phones. They're basic computers, GPS, entertainment packages all in one. So the recommended refinement to the statute was to remove the ability to have anything in your hand. Most vehicles now come equipped with voice on demand for all of that. So that was our recommendation, to get the devices out of people's hands. And if you remember, I think the last meeting, we gave you the Wyoming report on traffic crashes for 2023. On page 6, there was a broken out block specific to distracted driving crashes in and of themselves, which the total number of distracted driving crashes or attributed to distracted driving was about 827 crashes. So that is still our recommendation. If memory serves, we also talked about other things that distracted drivers. And I did the research the best I could to determine what other states were doing. Typically, they focus on these handheld devices, but there were 2 states that I found that expanded their negligent or reckless. For us, it's careless driving. They expanded that definition to include anything that deterred or distracted from your full time and attention on operation of the vehicle, which could be defined as another person, eating, an animal in the vehicle, all the above. But I did not find one that fit distinctly under one section for distracted driving. There was distracted driving specific to handheld devices, and then they approached the driver's attention being altered under negligent or careless driving. We have careless section.
Representative Schuyler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important topic. I think it should be put on the list for interim topics for next year.
Okay.
That's my recommendation.
All right. Well, we can do the interim topic this year if you want. But we have approved quite a few bills the past 2 days too. So yeah, that's okay. Any further discussion, committee? Any questions for the Colonel? I think it is a growing concern with the increased prevalence of still computer in our hands that everybody seems to have. And I agree with Representative Stivar. Some of it needs another look, because clearly our statutes are out of date. It's a drawback of constructing statutes for such a specific instance. I think I understand why you don't want it to be used in ways you don't anticipate as a legislator, but in this case it was so specific it didn't last 10 years before it's out of date. So yeah, just thought this was worth a little bit more time, committee, but we'll leave it up to go ahead, Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your opinion, sir, are you seeing a need for better regulations to control people's use of handheld devices or devices that cause them to be distracted? Which I guess, what's your opinion about what we need to do, or what help do you need in order to make the streets safer?
Mr. Chair, Senator Kolb, in my opinion, yes, we do. We need to alter our current distracted driving statute to remove the ability to have a device in your hand. Because I'm sure every one of you, and we talked about it at the last meeting, how often we see people depart the lane, run off the shoulder, drive across center line. slow down, speed up. Those are all things independently that a trooper can take action on. But largely, we're not going to deter that until we address the antecedent cause. And that is that device in her hand. And it's not just one generation, it's across the spectrum, because that's such an important part of how we live our lives now. That device has everything in it. And again, modern motor vehicles have the ability to do voice commands, both GPS, phone, email, the entire suite.
And Colonel, what do you think about the current fine of $75? How's that compare to other fines? You think that's adequate?
I wouldn't argue for raising the fine. I think I always look for a way first. If we altered this statute, one, to educate the public, I'd much rather people comply than us ever have to write a ticket. I think public education is very important to get that message out there. And that anytime we change a statute, that's going to draw the focus of the public, and it gives us and law enforcement opportunity to re-educate.
Okay, Representative Ahern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as the law states now, if a trooper or a law enforcement person sees somebody with a computer or cell phone in their hand, they can get a ticket, correct?
Mr. Chair, Representative Ahern, currently, no. If we cannot take action on that unless the trooper has probable cause to believe that an individual is texting. So currently, we can't take action just because somebody has a device in their hand. Now, independently, again, if they're cross over the center dividing line, multiple lanes, or go over edge line or center line, or exhibit other signs that we may think they're under the influence, we'll take action independently on that. But we do not have the ability other than for texting. So you can imagine at 80 miles an hour, somebody on that device trying to enter GPS coordinates, trying to enter or respond to email. I mean, we see the entire gamut there. So the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is to remove that line 3, to write, read, select, or enter a telephone number or name an electronic wireless communication device for purposes of making or receiving a telephone call. And we just eliminate that. That takes away that enforces hands-free. Some of the other things that we discussed, certainly driver's inattention because of all the above, we'd have to look at how we can best address that, either to expand this section or to look at it through careless driving. But this is the recommended refinement is pretty succinct.
Just for clarification, so if we moved a bill like this, would that prohibit the carriages too? Would a carriage for a handheld device fall under this, that those are prohibited also?
So, Mr. Chair, Representative, as I understand the question, if a trooper were to see somebody with a phone or a device in their hand,
Not, Mr. Chairman, not in their hand, in a carriage, where they're punching, trying to do a navigation.
yeah,
so
that
they're
would,
hitting it.
yes, that would prohibit the manipulation of that device, even if it was not in their hand. That again is altering full time and attention away from the operation of the vehicle. And there is, again, there's voice commands for that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, questions, committee? Okay, thank you, Colonel. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Appreciate more
Thank you,
thorough
sir.
discussion I think we had in Rock Springs, and so I do appreciate that. Okay. Okay, so committee, any committee action based on that discussion or anything else that we've heard today? Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the discussion where we talked about driver's licenses for ID cards, we kind of touched on the idea of an annotation that would mark someone who is not a citizen. And I just would like to take the temperature of the committee, knowing that a committee bill carries more weight than a personal bill. I would love to see an annotation on an ID card that would specify someone is not a citizen. So
Any discussion on that concept committee? Senator Kolb.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think it's a good idea. I think we need to give our election judges, say we're talking about that in this case, all the information they can to make an informed decision about somebody who tries to vote. I think it probably reassures the public that the people that are voting are U.S. citizens. And I think anything we can do to make that more clearly understood is a good thing.
Any further discussion, committee? Okay, do I hear a motion to get a bill draft going, or go ahead?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Representative Pendergraph, second by Representative Smith. And so sounds like, would there be a previous bill draft that we base this off, or a previous bill we could base this off of, Representative, or? Okay, but the idea would be to, for, and let me clarify, for driver's license and IDs, or just the ID, or be for everything? Oh, either one, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I don't know whether someone who is not a citizen can get a driver's
Right.
license. I believe they can, but
Right,
in which case I would say for both.
okay, gotcha. Second, go ahead.
Second, but to add on to that, I think if they were both identified in the same manner, would be more clear to everyone that it's what it means.
Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I have, couldn't that be an amendment put on LSO 25 LSO 0212, the driver's license and ID revisions? Because that would be an ID revision.
Right, yeah, I think it did, it could have, but I think we had a discussion on that bill also, that we're trying to keep it to more technical changes instead of policy changes, and I think we made amendments based off of that concept, but I mean, you could legally, I think, sure. Or we could just get a different bill draft going, so.
Just ask it.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be in favor of a separate bill draft only because it is a separate type of policy decision. I think it'd be a cleaner bill to bring through the legislative process.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion in front of us? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. That motion carries. We'll have that ready for our next meeting. So. It may be a late night, but that's okay. That's why we get paid the big bucks, right? Yeah, all the shy guys don't really care. Okay. Okay, any further discussion, any further business before this committee? Any additional public testimony for topics we haven't already covered? Okay, looks like we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Good work.